Chapter 2755. Indeed, the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't that simple. In the sky, a terrifying array diagram descended, and everyone faced a peerless pressure. Everyone fled crazily. In the end, they escaped from this area. Everyone's faces were pale, and their bodies were injured. Even Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's bodies were damaged and cracked. One could imagine what kind of impact the others had suffered. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. The apocalyptic array diagram was still in effect, and the sky was filled with blood. Half of them had lost their lives here. This caused everyone to tremble and tremble. It was too terrifying, too despairing. Previously, when they explored the saint's tomb, there weren't such terrifying casualties. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had only entered for a short while, but half of them had already died. If they continued forward, what kind of terrifying danger would await them? They didn't know. Only half of them were there. How many saints, geniuses, and princes had died inside? There were countless peerless, mighty figures. There were even many invincible kings, but they didn't manage to escape and were directly killed by the apocalyptic array diagram. Even their souls were destroyed. It could be said that they no longer existed. The sky in the distance was blood red. It was abnormally terrifying. Those who survived, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other top geniuses, had ugly expressions. Those powerhouses had solemn expressions. There were also some people who had a mental breakdown. They shouted crazily, wanting to go back, but they couldn't find their way back at all. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons lying down, emitting a mysterious aura, as if they were going to devour them. We shouldn't have come. We shouldn't have come. An elder of the Ouyang family shook his head repeatedly. This is the burial ground of dragons. It has endless legends. We shouldn't have come here at all. The elders of the Mophead family and the Nangong family also had ugly expressions. Previously, due to their carelessness, many people had died. Most of their disciples were inside. What should we do now? An elder of the Tao One Holy Land asked in a deep voice. The others looked at each other. They didn't know what to do at all. In fact, they couldn't even find where their sect leader was now. Damn it, hurry up and send a message. These people still had many secret techniques in their hands. They passed on the information one after another, taking out formation diagrams one after another, laying them out. Everyone tried to pass on message, but there was no response. Lin Xian also sent a message to Li Xuanxian, the chief enforcer, and the others, but he did not receive any response. What's going on? Did the news not spread? Or did those people encounter something? They don't know now. Forget it. We can only rely on ourselves. Lin Xian put away the disc array and took a deep breath. A golden light appeared in his eyes. The dark red divine dragon at the side also said, "Don't yell. Let me see if there's a way out." The people from the Tuoba family harumphed coldly, and their faces darkened. Their elders also stepped forward. He scouted the surroundings. The others paid attention again. There was no other way. They could only rely on the three Seeker Spirit Master clans. However, in their hearts, they were still not 100% convinced. The gazes of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans turned serious as they searched the four directions. This time, they were even more cautious. After much discussion, they decided on a direction. Let's head in that direction. An elder of the Tuoba family said in a deep voice. The others were suspicious. Was there no danger this time? Elder, are you sure you didn't see wrongly again? Elder, why don't you calculate it again? The martial artists of the other sacred grounds and sects were discussing. Even the martial artists of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans were whispering. This scene made the elder of the Tuoba family vomit blood in anger. They had no choice but to calculate it again, and found that it was still the same direction. This time, they had no choice but to follow. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at each other, and the two of them communicated through voice transmission. How is it? More or less. I don't think there's much danger over there. My heavenly secret divine, I didn't find anything either. Lin Xian shook his head. This place was too scary. With their current knowledge and ability, they couldn't deduce anything at all. Therefore, they decided to take a look. After all, they still had to leave. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingcheng and Shun Jingqiu, telling them to follow closely. He also sent a message to Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others telling them to be careful. The group of people walked forward. These saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds were extremely cautious this time. They wore several layers of armor. Their king domains enveloped them. They were extremely dazzling, like gods of war. At the same time, deeper in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, a group of people shone brightly like gods descending to the mortal world. These people were Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother of the West, the patriarch of the Yi family, and the other sect masters and grand elders of the sacred grounds. This group of people was very powerful and even carried intact sacred artifacts, so they were very fast and arrived at a farther place. However, even though these people had powerful trump cards, they were still scared at this moment because their surroundings were too strange. Heaven and earth were dim, and there was only darkness in front of them. Only when they walked past did the darkness recede like the tide. However, the darkness behind them surged forward like a tidal wave and enveloped them. The surroundings were very quiet. There was a deathly silence. No sound could be heard. Only streams of dragon chi could be seen rolling in the surroundings. This dragon chi was much larger than what Lin Xian and the others had seen. Most of them were a few hundred meters long, and some were even a few thousand meters long. They circled in all directions and whistled. They emitted a desolate aura. Boom. At this moment, the ground under the Yin-Yang sacred leader's feet suddenly cracked open. The Yin-Yang sacred leader was startled. He wrapped his body with Yin-Yang chi, forming a Yin-Yang diagram that blocked all energy. The other sacred leaders and sect masters were also on guard. Some of them even held peerless treasure artifacts and prepared to attack. "Don't move," an elder from the Ouyang family said. He was also a seeker spirit master, but he was much more powerful than the seeker spirit masters outside. He was a living fossil, and he was very old. He was already more than 3,000 years old. He was leaning on a walking stick, and his hair was hanging down to his heels. His eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. "Don't attack," he shouted loudly. The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't attack. Their eyes were like lightning as they pierced through the sky and looked down at the crack below. The Yin-Yang sect master also snorted coldly and retreated to the side. The Yin-Yang chi on his body kept churning mysteriously. The crack below grew bigger and bigger, forming a crack that was nearly 10,000 meters wide. Something slowly floated out. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Their pupils constricted. Many grand elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters exclaimed. Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others also narrowed their eyes. Daoyi, sacred leader, the Yin-Yang sect master, and the others also didn't look good. The living fossil elders of the three seeker spirit master families were even more shocked. Chapter 2756. A huge object floated out from the crack. It looked like a block of ice floating in the air. Sealed within the ice was a person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. He wore a yellow robe with a 5-clawed, flying dragon drawn on it. It was vivid and lifelike, and he wore a dragon crown on his head. He looked like an emperor. However, his eyes were filled with fear, boundless fear. His expression was eternally sealed in ice, frozen in that instant. Who was this? Which dynasty's emperor was he? They frowned and looked at the people from the 4 great dynasties. The Tai dynasty, the Divine Wind Dynasty, the Ninely Dynasty, and the Grand Xia Dynasty. The four emperors and the elders all had grave expressions. They were puzzled. This person wasn't someone from their dynasty. Then, who was this person? Judging from his attire, he was definitely not a prince or an ordinary elder of the royal family. He should be an emperor, a grand elder, from the Grand Xia Dynasty said. The other experts of the royal family also nodded in agreement. Although they were all wearing yellow robes, the dragons drawn on them were clearly ranked. Only the emperor could possess a 5-clawed divine dragon. No one else had the qualifications to draw a 5-clawed divine dragon, but they all recognized the royal family of the Central Plains dynasty. Unless it was from several tens of thousands of years ago, no one had ever heard of a dynasty's emperor dying outside with his whereabouts unknown. Thus, everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master frowned. Could it be that dynasty? Which dynasty? Everyone looked at him. The All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master said, "Have you all forgotten? A dynasty was once established in the Qinling Mountains. However, it only existed for a single day before it was destroyed." Once those words were said, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was right. It was definitely that dynasty that had been destroyed. At that time, the other party had been incomparably powerful. They had established their dynasty with an unparalleled attitude, wanting to possess the entire Qinling Mountains. However, the consequences had been miserable. They had been reduced to ashes in a single day. All of their experts had been killed. Even their emperor's whereabouts were unknown. Now, it seemed that it was very likely that this person was the one sealed in ice. Who was it that had done this? Why would his corpse be in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had done this to warn everyone not to have any ideas about the nest of 10,000 dragons? These sacred leaders and sect masters were discussing fervently, and their expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing on their journey. Was this a warning from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Do you still want to go? The grand elders of the Holy Lands were discussing spiritedly. For a moment, they didn't continue forward. Instead, they stopped and continued to discuss. They quickly inquired about the 3 major spirit seeker clans. These living fossils also had solemn expressions as they quickly made deductions. Only after a long time had passed did they speak. The path ahead was extremely dangerous, could be said to be 9 deaths, 1 life. It wasn't any easier than the Forbidden Lands. The living fossil of the Ouyang family said in a deep voice. The living fossil of the Mophead family stood up, but it was not like there was no chance. As long as we are careful, we can avoid it. Furthermore, there are so many of us, and we even have sacred weapons with us. Even if there is any danger, we can still resist it. This was the nest of 10,000 dragons. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again in the future. Indeed, everyone was tempted. The nest of 10,000 dragons, the burial ground of dragons, must have countless secrets. They must get it as soon as possible. These sacred leaders and grand elders discussed animatedly. In the end, they decided to set off again. These people carefully bypassed the peerless powerhouses sealed in ice and set off further away. Lin Xian's side also stopped in their tracks, because in front of them, a huge block of ice also appeared. Inside this block of ice, there was a woman sealed in it. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a phoenix robe, and her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was sleeping. Back then, when this thing appeared, it gave everyone a fright. These saints and geniuses fled frantically because when this scene appeared previously, it was a shield of a saint and an artifact spirit. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless at all. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that this thing didn't have any signs of life. Only then did they dare to come over, and observe it at a close distance. Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked carefully. However, he didn't find anything at all. Which dynasty's princess was this? He frowned and asked the Prince of Great Xia and the others. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head, indicating that he didn't know her. The powerhouses and geniuses of the other dynasties also shook their heads. They didn't know this person either. Then what was going on? It was said that in ancient times, a powerful force had once established a mysterious country and wanted to establish a dynasty. In the end, it was destroyed. Perhaps this was the princess of that dynasty. A powerhouse of Taishan sacred ground said. It was possible. The others discussed. Lin Xian didn't find any useful information. He said, "Let's continue." They continued to move forward. The aura in front of them was getting more and more mysterious. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the surroundings were like a thick fog that enveloped them. Everyone, be careful. They gradually walked forward and found a valley in front of them. Let's rest in this valley. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wuchen discussed and said to the others. The others nodded. These three titled geniuses were powerful, so the others naturally had no objections to their suggestion. Moreover, they had experienced so many soul-stirring events along the way, and they were indeed tired. Many of them were injured all over their bodies. They had suffered serious trauma. They wanted to rest. These people meditated in the valley and prepared to rest. Lin Xian, Morong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also stopped and sat there cross-legged. Everyone took turns to guard. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. In the latter half of the night, there was a shrill scream. It was very ear-piercing, as if they had seen a ghost. It made all the saints and geniuses open their eyes. The powerhouses also rose into the air and shouted coldly. What's going on? They looked in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth. However, they didn't find any danger. The martial artists who were in charge of guarding the valley were terrified. They pointed at their surroundings and screamed. The valley had disappeared. What? The valley is gone. These people stood up and looked around. Sure enough, their eyelids were twitching, and their faces were full of fear. Indeed, the valley they were familiar with was gone. There was no valley around. It was dark, and there were ruins all around. It was not the valley they were in before. What's going on? How did we get out? Could we have been teleported out? Impossible. If we were teleported out, we would have sensed it. Damn it, this place is too creepy. Everyone's hair stood on end. Look, what's that? Someone pointed in the distance and screamed in horror. There was a pitch-black thing in the distance. It was like a small mountain, and it looked like a monster king. Chapter 2757. Buzz. Lin Xian flicked out a dragon sword chi and directly shattered the surrounding thick fog. The air gradually cleared, and everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. It was an array formation. Someone exclaimed. Was it a teleportation array? They hurriedly ran over. Some people even wanted to jump up and teleport out, but they were slapped down by the dark red dragon. Damn it, don't move. It's not an array formation. It's an altar. The faces of the cultivators who were slapped down darkened. They wanted to make a move, but when they saw the dark red dragon, they lost their temper. The others frowned. An altar? Is this an altar of the dragons? They all looked at the dark red dragon, because they were now certain that the dark red dragon was a dragon. Even the people from the three great spirit seeker clans stared at the altar with flickering eyes. However, no one dared to speak. The dark red dragon pushed the crowd aside and walked up. It circled the ancient altar and carefully observed it. The others also watched with rapt attention. Lin Xian also examined it. He found that there was a very strange rune on the altar. It looked like a dragon. It was extremely mysterious. He had never seen these words before, nor did he recognize them. Could it be that these are the words of the dragons? Ruffian dragon. What's written on it? Lin Xian asked. The others were also very puzzled. The dark red dragon looked around and said, This is indeed an ancient altar, but what's written on it are some incantations for worship. You won't understand even if I tell you. He did not go into detail, but he reminded them that this thing was incomparably sacred among the dragons, so they should not have any ideas about it. Don't go up and step on it, or you'll die. Hearing this, the cultivators who originally wanted to attack felt their scalps go numb, and they trembled. Of course, there were also some who did not believe it. However, after experiencing the apocalyptic diagram, they did not dare to be careless. Who knew if this ancient altar would suddenly erupt and kill all of them? Therefore, it was better not to act rashly. Besides, this ancient altar was of no use to them. Let's go and take a look around. The dark red dragon swung its tail and walked in all directions. The others also spread out. Not long after, someone screamed. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was a deep pit before them. It was a bottomless pit. Zhang Xian had no idea where it was connected to. It was incomparably dark, and even his soul perception and vision were unable to probe any further. This news shocked everyone. Lin Xian and the others hurried over and surrounded the crater. This pit had a diameter of 10 meters and was incomparably dark. Even Lin Xian's Tianji god eyes could only see a dozen meters away. Below that, he couldn't see clearly at all. The other person was the Taishan saint. He was wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were shining like stars. He also opened his starry eyes and looked down. Apart from the two of them, the others also executed their eye techniques and soul techniques. However, they couldn't see what was inside. At most, they could only see a few meters away. What was down there? Where does this lead to? Would it be dangerous? Leaf Dao Denier asked 3 questions, none of which could be answered. Wu Chen said, Forget it, let's go. There's no need for us to take any risks. The others also nodded. The experts and elders of the 3 Seeker Spirit Master clans also calculated for a long time, but they couldn't deduce anything. Everyone felt that it was better not to take the risk, so they turned around and left. However, after a few hundred meters, someone suddenly screamed. Something appeared behind them. They used their souls to look behind them. Sure enough, they found something floating out of the pitch-black pit. Could it be a corpse again, or something else? This wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. The first time, it was the shield of a sage. The second time, it was the princess of the Shatter Dynasty. What was it this time? Everyone flew back and watched carefully. This time, 3 figures floated out. Each of them was a person sealed in ice. They were people again. Could it be the people of the Shatter Dynasty? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian opened his Tianji god eyes and looked at the sky below. His pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. He saw more than a dozen such things floating in the sky below. They were densely packed, but they didn't rush up. Divine crystals. They were divine crystals. At this moment, a prince of the divine Wind Dynasty screamed. He pointed at the 3 2-meter-tall crystals in front of him and screamed. What? Divine crystals? You don't say. It's true. They contained energy. They were sealed in ice with divine crystals. Who was it? That was too extravagant. That's not right. The princess we saw earlier was not sealed in ice with divine crystals. Could it be that the 2 of them are not in cahoots? Those people were puzzled. At the same time, they were tempted. If they could get such a large piece of divine crystal, they would definitely make a fortune. One had to know that they had gone crazy when they saw the fist-sized divine crystal, not to mention the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. Fuck. How many fist-sized divine crystals could be cut out of this? It was definitely a shocking treasure. Not to mention them. Even Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen were shocked. Their eyes were burning, especially Lin Xian. He urgently needed natural treasures and all kinds of energy, whether it was the 9 yang divine body or the dragon sword soul. They needed energy. If he could get those 3 divine crystals, he could further improve his 9 yang divine body and the dragon sword soul, making them even more powerful. How could he not be tempted? The others were also tempted. They did not know that there were more than a dozen such things floating below. Their gazes were all fixed on the 3 floating divine crystals. They were not in the mood to care about the people inside. Soon, those people made their move. Boom! A gigantic bronze bell appeared out of thin air. It vibrated rapidly, forming a formless sound wave that swept out in all directions. The surrounding people vomited blood and retreated. Damn it! It's the people from the Tao East Sacred Ground. Many people roared. That's right, the person who made a move was an expert from the Tao East Sacred Ground. He seized the initiative and launched a powerful attack on everyone around him, forcing them to retreat. For a moment, he was the only one at the front. Ha! It's mine! He reached out his hand and grabbed the 3 divine crystals. You're courting death. Put it down. The other cultivators were all furious. Buzz, the yin-yang sacred lady shouted and drew a yin-yang sword. It cut through the sky and slashed forward. An expert from the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground held a sledgehammer of thunder and smashed it down. All of a sudden, the geniuses of the various sacred grounds attacked one after another, causing the heavens and earth to explode. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 3 divine crystals were pushed in different directions. Attack! Lin Xian let out a shout and took the lead. Chapter 2758. The cultivators of Immortal Palace, Jade Lake, and Purple Afterglow, Holy Land all combined their formations and attacked rapidly. The battle erupted very suddenly. Lin Xian charged toward the nearest cultivator. His fist punched out, turning into a golden mountain that pressed down from the sky. The impact caused many people in the surroundings to vomit blood and retreat. The large bronze bell in the sky spun rapidly. With a clang, it formed a terrifying sound wave that spread in all directions toward Lin Xian. Buzz, boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian's fist collided with the sound of the bell, producing a thunderous sound. Terrifying energy drowned out everything in the surroundings. Clang! Amidst the berserk energy, Lin Xian broke through the sound waves and arrived near the large bronze bell. His palm struck the large bronze bell and sent it flying. Puff! The expert from the Tao E Holy Land also retreated continuously, vomiting blood. Buzz! However, at this moment, the myriad lightning hammer descended from the sky and smashed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying lightning pierced through the surroundings. The expert from the myriad lightning Holy Land had made his move. He was an unparalleled king. He had made his move to snatch the divine crystal. Moreover, he wanted to take revenge for the people of his Holy Land. The myriad lightning Holy Land had quite a bit of enmity with Lin Xian. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all when he attacked. Pung! The hammer fell, causing heaven and earth to collapse. The entire space was drowned out by berserk lightning. The light around Lin Xian was completely shattered by the hammer. The terrifying lightning rushed toward Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. With a single step, he traversed the void and dodged the hammer. He frowned. This was because this hammer gave him a strong feeling of life-threatening danger. There was no need to think about it. This was a supreme treasure. Moreover, the one who attacked was a terrifying, unparalleled king. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian retreated. The other holy sons and heavenly prides quickly rushed forward to snatch the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. An expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land and a prince from the Li dynasty arrived at the vicinity of the divine crystal. Their king domains were about to envelop the divine crystal. Right at that moment, that expert from the 10,000 lightning Holy Land attacked again. He waved the terrifying 10,000 lightning hammer and instantly shattered the two king domains. Boom! The All Beginnings Holy Land's expert screamed miserably. A bloody hole had appeared in his body, and his blood dyed the void red. Apart from that, the Prince of the Li dynasty was also in a miserable state. Both of their legs were blown off, and they screamed miserably. The two of them ran away madly. It recovered in the distance. Their faces were pale as they looked at the expert, holding the Thunder God's hammer in horror. The surrounding robbers were also extremely shocked. Many of them stopped in their tracks, bewildered. It was too terrifying. The 10,000 lightning Holy Land actually had such a terrifying thing. Previously, the Myriad Thunder Sage and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land had been suppressed by Lin Xian. Thus, they started to look down on the 10,000 lightning Holy Land from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that such an expert would appear in the 10,000 lightning Holy Land? Moreover, the Thunder God's hammer in his hand was too terrifying. Damn it, that's a half-sage artifact. An elder of the Li dynasty had a gloomy expression as he hurriedly ordered his prince to retreat. The others also had terrified expressions. The might of a half-sage artifact, when used by an unrivaled king, was unimaginable. Although they were so far away, the power of thunder emitted from the hammer had already numbed their bodies and slowed their movements. This thing is mine. The 10,000 lightning Holy Land's expert held the terrifying Thunder God's hammer as he looked around disdainfully. The surrounding people were shocked. They were unwilling to accept this, but they did not dare to step forward. Lin Xian coldly snorted and walked forward once more. You think you're unrivaled with a mere half-sage artifact? You're still far from it. He punched out, and golden light illuminated the surroundings. With a loud clang, the golden fist collided with the 10,000 lightning hammer, creating a heaven-shaking sound. The 10,000 lightning hammer retreated, and so did Lin Xian's palm. The 10,000 lightning Holy Land's expert sneered. Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have the 9 young divine body? You don't put anyone in your eyes? Let me tell you, your 9 young divine body is useless in front of my 10,000 lightning hammer. If you don't scram, I'll beat you up. Insolence, he's too arrogant. The surrounding people trembled. No one dared to say such words to Lin Xian. Sure enough, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Isn't it just a half-sage artifact? Do you think I don't have one? He directly grabbed the 9-story pagoda and continued to enlarge it, turning it into a huge mountain. He grabbed the top of the pagoda and smashed the void. This scene was simply too frightening. The towering mountain was being waved around by Lin Xian like a peerless demon king. Boom, boom. You're courting death. The 10,000 lightning Holy Land's expert roared as the two of them fought. The two half-sage artifacts collided in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also looking for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. In short, the scene was extremely chaotic. Not only Lin Xian's side, but the other 2 divine crystals were also in the same situation. After all, this was very tempting. No one would give up something that belonged to humans. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The weaker cultivators had long retreated from the battlefield. The 3 2-meter-tall divine crystals were like small boats in the waves, constantly surging. Gradually, a crack appeared on one of the divine crystals. There was no other way. The surrounding energy was too terrifying. Even the aftermath of the energy was extremely terrifying. It was already very shocking that these divine crystals could withstand it until now. However, they really couldn't bear it anymore. Crack, Crack. The cracks on it grew bigger and bigger. Not only the first, but the second and third crystals also had cracks. This scene naturally caused the others to cry out in alarm. Someone screamed. The divine crystals had cracked. Everyone, prepare to snatch them. Everyone's souls covered the sky and the earth, constantly paying attention to the shattered divine crystals. As soon as the divine crystals cracked, they would attack crazily without caring about anything else. Lin Xian was also watching anxiously. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched. Fear rose in his heart. He quickly retreated, as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingcheng, Shenjingqiu, and Peacock from Immortal Palace. Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't go near there. Kid, what happened? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. Morong Qingcheng, Shenjingqiu, and the others were also puzzled. Peacock and the others were convinced and quickly retreated. Lin Xian transmitted his message again. He didn't have time to explain and quickly retreated. Okay, Brother Xian, Shenjingqiu, Morong Qingcheng, and their respective people retreated. The dark red divine dragon also retreated unwillingly. This scene made the surrounding people puzzled. What was going on? Were Lin Xian and the others going to give up? So what if that kid was strong? He had offended too many factions and sacred grounds. So many people wanted his life. If he dared to snatch it, those experts would join forces, and he would be finished. Someone sneered. Indeed, he had offended too many sacred grounds. There was no place for him in the future. Chapter 2759. The Dark Red Divine Dragon, and the others came to Lin Xian's side and quickly asked, Kid, what's going on? Could it be that you're really scared? What a joke. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I just saw the eyelids of the people in the divine crystals move. What? Eyelids move? The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Shun Jingqiu, Morong Qingcheng, and the others' expressions also changed. Are you saying that they're still alive? No way. How could they still be alive after tens of thousands of years? These people were in disbelief, and Peacock and the others were even paler. Lin Xian said, I can't be wrong. Indeed, he had infinite confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was an incomparably magical pupil technique. How could he be wrong? Could it be the dark red divine dragon's heart was also beating wildly? Kid, you might not be wrong. This matter is going to be serious. Let's hurry up and escape. His expression became very ugly. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be puzzled. What do you know? I remember an ancient legend. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Do you know that in ancient times, those powerful forces and races would use divine crystals to seal their descendants or preserve their lives? This way, the consumption of life force would be minimized. Moreover, the huge amount of divine crystals could increase their strength, and they wouldn't die even after tens of thousands of years. As long as the time is right and the divine crystals are broken, they will revive. Previously, we saw a 2-meter divine crystal, but we were wrong. When this divine crystal was first sealed, it might have been dozens or hundreds of meters. After countless years of consumption, only 2 meters are left. You're saying that they're from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. That's right. That's definitely right. Don't attack anymore. The dark red divine dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he looked ahead. Sure enough, more and more divine crystals were shattering. Finally, the figure in the first divine crystal opened his eyes. At the same time, the divine crystal on his body also shattered into pieces. Hurry up and snatch it. Ooh. Around him, the warriors frantically attacked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. He opened his eyes. He's alive. How could it be like this? These people were frightened out of their wits. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. The man who walked out of the divine crystal quickly made his move. His arm slashed forward like a heavenly blade. Puff, puff. In an instant, 5 or 6 heads flew up like shooting stars, and blood dyed the sky red. This scene directly frightened those martial artists in the surroundings. Their eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What's going on? How could the person inside the divine crystal be alive? Moreover, he had made a move, and his strength was so terrifying. Damn it, who is this person? Could it be the expert from the Shatter Dynasty? Was he from the ancient times? They were puzzled. Among them, the older generation experts all shouted coldly, "Who are you? How dare you attack us? Tell me your secrets." No one answered. The expert who walked out of the divine crystal was wearing blue battle armor. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He reached out with his large hands, which transformed into 2 huge mountains that directly crushed the surroundings. The surrounding warriors fought back one after another, but the person in front of them was too terrifying. He had definitely reached the level of an invincible king. Those who were weaker were mercilessly blasted apart. "You're courting death. Get lost." The 2 peerless geniuses charged over. The 2 sabers in their hands slashed out like dragons that were thousands of feet long. They descended from the sky and fought with the person in front of them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. However, the 2 saber lights shattered with a loud bang, splitting apart from the middle. The blue-clothed man turned around, and his eyes turned into 2 blood arrows that pierced through the void. He blasted the 2 young geniuses away. "Retreat! He's too strong." Damn it, what kind of physique does he have? How can he be so tyrannical? The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian Yiwudao and the others were also surprised. The 2 young geniuses were also quite strong. When they attacked, they could threaten an invincible king. However, the person in front of them didn't dodge at all. He directly shattered the 2 saber lights with the strength of his physical body. This scene really surprised them. Needless to say, the other party's physique was very special. Could it be that this was also a kind of transformation? Abnormal physique? They didn't know, and they couldn't understand. Roar! After blasting the 2 young geniuses away, the blue-clothed man roared at the sky. His terrifying roar echoed in all directions. The surrounding aura of the Tao of dragons accompanied his roar and surged nonstop, one after another. Huge dragons rushed into the clouds. Crack, crack. The surrounding people were stunned because they saw a frightening scene. The blue-clothed man's body continued to grow. Purple scales appeared on his originally normal skin. They were densely packed and looked extremely terrifying. His body also continued to grow taller, 5 meters, 10 meters, dozens of meters. Finally, he turned into a monster that was close to 100 meters tall. Roar! A loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. A huge purple tail kept twitching, shattering the void. He wasn't human, he was a demon. What was this? A human-shaped Tyrannosaurus? The surrounding people were stunned. The dark red dragon's expression was solemn. Damn it, that's right. Something from the 10,000 dragon suppression has appeared. Kid, hurry up and leave. These are all ancient demon beasts. They're all related to dragons. This time, the dark red dragon didn't send a voice transmission, so the surrounding warriors all heard it. What? This isn't the destroyed dynasty, but the existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, their faces turned green. They actually provoked such an existence. Hurry up and leave. Oh no, don't let the other 2 shatter. They looked at the other 2 divine crystals. Now, they were no longer greedy. Instead, they were worried. If 2 more demons rushed out, then they would really be dead. What they were worried about really happened. The other two divine crystals also cracked and shattered. Then, two figures opened their eyes. They also roared, and dragon scales appeared on their bodies. One of them turned into a red fire dragon and spat out flames that filled the sky. The other one had a pair of black wings on its back and flew in the sky. Their forms were different from the dark red dragon. No one knew if they were mutated dragons or other demon kings related to dragons. But without exception, the auras of these three things were too terrifying. Hurry up and leave. The surrounding people no longer cared about the immortal state. Lin Xian even led his people away, because he clearly saw that there were more than a dozen such existences in the pitch-black sinkhole. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if they all recovered. Everyone fled in all directions. The three demon kings in the suppression of 10,000 dragons attacked crazily. Stupid humans! How dare you disturb the resting place of the noble dragons? Go to hell! Chapter 2760. The three monster kings attacked crazily. Many people were directly blasted apart. Blood dyed the sky red. Those who were stronger didn't dare to resist head-on. Who knew if there were other terrifying existences in the sinkhole? Hence, these people fled crazily. On Lin Xian's side, he was targeted by the Monster King, who could fly. He was very fast, like a bolt of lightning, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. Lowly humans, go to hell! He opened his mouth and spat out black light waves, transforming into black blades that enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others quickly attacked, sending the light that filled the sky flying. The dark red divine dragon roared. Fuck, if I don't show my might, do you all want to die? His body expanded again, transforming into a 5-clawed divine dragon that roared towards the sky. A terrifying dragon might surged into the 9 heavens. Buzz, the black monster king in front, was stunned. He was stunned in midair. What was going on? A dragon? A dragon was among the humans? Who are you? The 2 monster kings in the distance were also stunned. They stared at the dark red divine dragon. Who am I? I am your master. I am your king. Hurry up and kneel on the ground. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Its dragon head emitted a terrifying aura. A dragon. It was actually a purebred dragon. This stunned the 3 monster kings. What was going on? Could it be that the supreme existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? But why was he with the humans? No, damn it. You are not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you want to occupy our nest of 10,000 dragons? Damn it. This was a conspiracy. They screamed crazily. Kill him. Kill everyone. No one was allowed to threaten the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom. An earth-shattering battle erupted, affecting all the people present. Everyone was fighting with all their might because they didn't want to be killed. Roar, the fire monster king roared. An endless sea of fire spread and enveloped everything. The black-winged monster king in front also charged over. The black wings transformed into 2 heavenly blades that slashed down at the dark red divine dragon, wanting to kill him. Clang! The black wings collided with the dark red divine dragon's body, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth in pain, but his body was abnormally strong. From the looks of it, he wasn't weaker than Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body, so he wasn't injured. But the dark red divine dragon was clearly enraged. Courting death won. His body quickly shrank, and in this way, his attacks became more agile. He and the black-winged monster king. Brat, come over and help me deal with it. They might know what's going on inside. The dark red dragon called out to Lin Xian. Indeed, these 3 fellows were from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they could really control these three fellows, it would be of great benefit to them. At the thought of this, Lin Xian did not hesitate and quickly charged forward. The three frightening demon kings roared. The black-winged demon king was like a bolt of lightning, moving at an extremely fast speed. Almost no one could keep up with his speed. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and used yin-yang 8 steps. His speed was also boundlessly fast. Boom, boom, boom. He caught up to the black feather monster king. His terrifying fists moved and exploded in all directions. The terrifying energy came crashing down like a mountain. The black feather monster king was extremely surprised. He could actually keep up with his speed. He quickly flashed and dodged these attacks. His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. Roar, lowly human, die. He roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure emitted from his body, directly shaking the soul and bloodline. If it was a human warrior, they would definitely not be able to resist. Sure enough, with a roar, the surrounding people trembled. Many people directly fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Ha ha ha, lowly and stupid humans. How can they be compared to our noble bloodline? Of course, not everyone would be affected. Those who possess the power of bloodline and special physiques would not be affected at all. Lin Xian was one of them. The terrifying roar was deafening, shattering the void. However, it did not affect him at all. Is this your strength? Did you sleep for countless years and become stupid? Lin Xian sneered. You think you can suppress me with just a wisp of your pressure? You're too naive. You're courting death. The black feather monster king was furious. A human actually dared to look down on him? This was intolerable. However, his expression was extremely gloomy. How could this kid not be afraid of his pressure? Who is he? Could it be that he has a special bloodline? Kid, it seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a special bloodline, but very well, I haven't absorbed human blood for many years. Today, I'll start with you. Buzz. His figure flashed, and he instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Roar. Lin Xian did not dodge, nor did he make a move. He circulated the great dragon sword soul and opened his mouth to roar out a terrifying sound wave. This was not the sound wave of a human. This was the roar of a giant dragon that resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled again and prostrated themselves on the ground. The black feather monster king in front also suffered a violent impact. He kept swaying in the sky, his eyes filled with fear. A dragon's roar? Impossible! Damn it, you're a dragon! He was stunned. How could a human let out such a pure dragon's roar? He did not believe it. However, the blood in his body began to tremble. He felt the suppression from his blood. Why, are you surprised? The dark red divine dragon also flew over and let out a series of dragon roars. Immediately, the black feather monster king's expression became even uglier. In the distance, the other 2 monster kings also had solemn expressions. They transmitted their voices to each other and attacked with all their might to destroy these humans. In an instant, a great battle broke out. A cold light appeared in the black feather monster king's eyes. His black wings trembled, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of clones. In the sky, countless identical figures were circling, emitting a terrifying aura. Kill! With a furious roar, these clones charged in all directions. Block them! The dark red divine dragon roared angrily and charged forward. Murong, Qingcheng, Shunjingqiu, and Immortal Palace's martial artists also counterattacked. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Golden runes flickered in his eyes. He naturally wanted to distinguish the black feather monster king's true body. Found it. Although the other party's clones were very magical, how could they escape the detection of the heavenly secret divine eyes? Lin Xian quickly locked onto the other party's true body. His golden palms stretched out, covering the sky and earth, enveloping the true body. What? I've been discovered. This is impossible. The Black Feather Monster King was shocked. The human brat in front of him had given him too many surprises. He could actually discover the location of his true body in an instant. This guy must have guessed it. However, since you're facing my true body, I'll shatter your palm. He sneered. As a monster king who was related to dragons, his physique was powerful, far beyond the imagination of these humans. Chapter 2761. He wanted to tear the other party's entire arm apart. The Black Feather Monster King didn't dodge. He seemed to have transformed into a black saber as he slashed at Lin Xian's palm. With a clang, the two collided, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Sparks flew, and thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Impossible, he wasn't injured? The Black Feather Monster King was stunned. He felt dizzy. He felt as if he hadn't collided with a palm, but a golden mountain. It was too hard. He actually didn't manage to crack it. Damn it, what kind of palm was this? What kind of physique did the other party have? The Black Feather Monster King was too shocked. He had never seen someone with such a strong physique. It could contend against him. However, this was only the beginning. What shocked him was yet to come. Lin Xian's golden palm began to close. The powerful pressure pressed down on the Black Feather Monster King's bones until they creaked. It was as if they were about to shatter. Damn it, open for me! The Black Feather Monster King roared. His body was covered in black patterns. His wings were like heavenly sabers that slashed in all directions. A sonorous sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. However, to his horror, the black palm was actually unaffected. It had already completely enveloped him. Not only that, but there was a terrifying divine flame dancing on the golden palm. The temperature shocked him. It was as if what he was facing wasn't a palm, but a golden sun. Could it be that this guy was a golden crow? He was too shocked. This heat made him unable to believe it. Who exactly was this kid? He actually had such a flame that could emit a dragon's roar? Who exactly was he? The Black Feather Monster King was incomparably furious. There was nothing he could do. He activated the power of his bloodline and used a powerful divine ability to blast away Lin Xian's palm and escape. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of an ancient monster king, he was indeed powerful. He was actually able to escape from his palm. Kid, you have completely infuriated me. Before the Black Feather Monster King could finish his words, he was slapped on the head. Instantly, he felt dizzy. Wu Ji, the snow-white little monkey appeared around him. Proud of itself, it waved its little claws and slapped him again. Dizziness. The terrifying Black Feather Monster King felt dizzy. He felt the world spinning and was about to fall from the sky. Attack quickly! The dark red dragon roared angrily. The surrounding cultivators and outstanding talents all attacked the black fish fiend. He was beaten back repeatedly. However, to their horror, they discovered that the other party was not injured at all. Their attacks landed on the other party's body, but they didn't manage to break through the other party's defense. Damn it. This is the ancient demon king, a demon beast from the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was too terrifying. What kind of physique was this? No one dared to imagine. The dark red divine dragon held the flood dragon scissors and charged over. Clang! It crashed into the other party's body, creating an earth-shattering noise. Black Feather Demon King screamed miserably. Blood flowed down his head. There was nothing he could do about it. This was a half-saint tool. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block it. The fact that he wasn't directly cut in half already showed that his physique was extremely terrifying. Stupid ants, you've completely infuriated me. Black Feather Light. He spread out his wings, and they grew bigger and bigger. They were like two dark clouds that covered the sky and the earth. The black feathers on it fluttered rapidly, forming a terrifying hidden weapon. Not good, quickly block it. The surrounding people cried out in alarm as they used their shields and battle armors to block the attack. However, most of them were pierced by the black feathers and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Only a small number of geniuses were able to resist, but they were still forced to retreat. Black Feather Demon King was too terrifying. He was fighting against so many powerhouses alone, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. After forcing back the surrounding cultivators, Black Feather Demon King's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. But soon, he locked onto Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon was a dragon. He didn't want to make a move. Even if he wanted to make a move, he would let the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons do it. The one he wanted to kill was this kid in front of him. The other party was too strange. He had to kill him. Black Feather Sword. On the wings behind him, countless black feathers fluttered and spun in front of him, condensing into a large black feather sword. He held it in his hand. With a light wave, it tore through the void. These feathers were even more terrifying than King Kong. At this moment, the black feather sword was truly a powerful killing weapon. Kill! With a furious roar, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He also drew his Dragon Abyss Valley sword and fought against him. The two swords clashed in the air like two mountains constantly colliding. Every strike shattered the starry sky and dimmed the sun and moon. Damn it, why was this kid sword technique so powerful? Black Feather Demon King's arm went numb. The other party's strength was too strong, especially the other party's sword energy. It was incomparably sharp, making his hair stand on end. Not good. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, because he discovered that another sword light had appeared on the other party's left hand. This sword light was like a dragon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a peerless aura that made his scalp go numb. His heart was thumping wildly as he quickly dodged the attack. He knew that this was the other party's killing move and that he couldn't resist it head-on. Therefore, black runes flickered all over his body as he displayed his strongest physique. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Pooh! Lin Xian took out a dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed out. Blood splattered and countless black feathers danced in the air. This sword pierced through Black Feather Demon King's body. Blood instantly splattered out. This wasn't red blood, but black blood. It was extremely strange. Every drop pierced through the void, bringing with it an incomparably demonic blood aura that made one's scalp go numb. Dodge quickly. Don't let this blood touch you. The surrounding warriors dodged frantically. Lin Xian was not afraid. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, blocking everything. The black blood couldn't get close to him at all. Black Feather Demon King's body was pierced through by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He was nailed to the air and let out a miserable cry. His face was incomparably distorted, becoming even more ferocious. The terrifying sound waves were like waves, roaring into the 9 heavens. The entire space trembled, as if it was about to be overturned. Damn it, what was going on? Black Feather was actually injured. In the distance, the other 2 demon kings had solemn expressions. They didn't expect that someone could injure Black Feather. Who was it? Was he a young Heaven's Chosen? Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? It wasn't just one of them. Their faces were pale because they discovered that Yi Wudao and Dustless were also incomparably powerful. They were also abnormally uncomfortable from being beaten up. Save Black Feather. The sword in that kid's hand was very strange. He should be related to the dragons. The 2 demon kings charged over. Your opponent is me. Yi Wudao stood out and blocked the dozens of meters tall demon kings. Golden light soared into the sky from his body, forming a golden giant. He fought with the Demon Kings. On the other side, Dustless fought against the Fire Demon King, Flower Pinching Finger. Chapter 2762. The Flower Pinching Finger posed a great threat to the Fire Demon King. Coupled with the surrounding experts, the two Demon Kings were unable to advance at all. "Damn it, kid, I want you dead." In front of him, the Black Feather Demon King, who was nailed in midair, screamed crazily. His black blood did not fall. Instead, it rose into the air and danced rapidly in the air, spinning and forming terrifying runes one after another. These were demonic runes. They were very strange and surrounded Lin Xian. "Kid, go to hell!" He roared angrily and began to refine the blood. The blood began to burn. A terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian, wanting to ignite him. "Not good. This is a living sacrifice. Kid, dodge." The dark red dragon was shocked. It did not expect the Black Feather Demon King to be so desperate. This was a terrifying divine ability. It used its own bloodline secret technique to forcefully sacrifice the enemy alive. Of course, it also had an effect on the user. That was because a large amount of blood would be lost. Even if the user killed the enemy, the user would be seriously injured. It would take a long time to recover. One could imagine how furious the Black Feather Demon King was. Otherwise, he would not have used such a killing move. Lin Xian did feel a sense of danger. A mysterious force wanted to ignite the blood and spiritual energy in his body. This force was very strange. It directly ignored the 9-yang divine body. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. If it were other geniuses, they might have despaired, because it was impossible to extinguish. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul surged. Countless sword chi flew out and destroyed this mysterious force. Destroy? Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. Thousands of sword chi surged out of his body and slashed in all directions. The surrounding black blood all exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then it was cleanly sliced, leaving not a single trace behind. The Black Feather Demon King was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? How can the other party break my living sacrifice? This kind of living sacrifice was abnormally terrifying. There was no way to break it. This was a secret technique passed down from ancient times. Moreover, it was ignited at the cost of his blood. How did the other party break it? This part was really too strange. The Black Feather Demon King was shocked. At this moment, he no longer dared to attack. He only wanted to escape as soon as possible. "Do you want to leave?" Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, forming two strange patterns. Soul flame flew out of Xiao Chen's right eye, burning the other party's soul. Black Feather King screamed and rolled on the ground. However, his body was still firmly immobilized by the dragon sword shadow. Therefore, there was no way to escape. However, the pain of his soul burning made him hover between life and death. Damn it, what happened? In the distance, the two Demon Kings were going crazy. They knew how powerful the Black Feather King was. But now, he was in such a miserable state in the hands of a human brat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Damn it, had the humans of this era already become so powerful? Both of them were stunned. They had been sleeping for countless years, but back then, before the nest of 10,000 dragons had fallen into slumber, they had been the overlords of the world. Across the land, the monster race ran amok, and the ancient royal race reigned supreme. The human race was only a weak lineage that could only survive in the cracks. But now, the other party was actually so powerful. Could it be that the human race had already become the overlords of the world? He didn't dare to imagine. Soul attack. Damn it, how could this brat soul attack be so powerful? The Black Feather King had gone crazy, but he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Soul Mirror, block it for me. As an ancient beast king, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Soon, his soul condensed into a soul mirror, blocking the terrifying soul fire around him. However, the good times didn't last long. At this moment, the snow-white monkey appeared beside the Black Feather King again. With a slap of its claws, the Black Feather King was stunned for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were going to cost him his life. The soul mirror shattered, and Black Rock's soul was burned until it was extremely weak. Buzz. In Lin Xian's left eye, mysterious golden runes appeared. He wanted to forcefully control the Black Feather King and make him his slave. This way, he would be able to control the other party and understand the secrets of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Black Feather King rolled in the sky. His body was split into 2 halves as he kept rolling. He wanted to get rid of the control of the soul imprint. However, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was too mysterious. In the end, he still planted a soul imprint. This made the Black Feather King become Lin Xian's slave. He recovered and knelt down to listen to orders. Lin Xian was like a supreme king as he issued an order. The Black Feather King's broken body quickly healed. Then he knelt down on one knee and bowed to his master. Seeing the scene, everyone around went crazy. Whether it was the saint, the geniuses, or the 2 demon kings in the distance, they were all stunned. What was going on? The Black Feather King was actually controlled. This Lin Xian actually had such a method. The human cultivators were extremely shocked as they looked at Lin Xian with fear written all over their faces. The other 2 demon kings glanced at each other before turning around and fleeing. It was too terrifying. These humans were already so terrifying that they didn't dare to make a move. They could only leave first. The 2 of them forced Yi Wudao and Wu Chen back. Using all their strength, they turned into streams of light and fled. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen didn't make another move. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian and the Black Feather King beside him. With a flash, the 2 of them flew forward. The surrounding humans also gathered towards Lin Xian. In an instant, they all gathered around Lin Xian. Brother Lin really had a good method. Wu Chen's eyes lit up. The 1-pound leaf Dowdenier also asked, "Brother Lin, are you controlling me?" Lin Xian nodded, then looked at the Black Feather King. "Tell him what you know." The Black Feather King knelt on one knee on the ground in a very respectful manner. He said in a deep voice, "In ancient times, the powerful existence of the nest of 10,000 dragons deduced that there would be a world-destroying crisis. It was not suitable for survival at all. Therefore, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons was sealed, waiting for the crisis to be resolved. Then it would recover and rule the world." It turned out to be such a thing. This was not the burial ground of the dragons, but the resting ground. Oh heavens! They seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Originally, they thought that this was the ancient tomb of the dragons, where countless dragons' corpses and treasures were buried. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. For unknown reasons, these dragons had sealed themselves and fallen into a deep sleep. They hoped that they would wake up after the danger was resolved. In other words, the real dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons were probably sealed in divine crystals like the 3 demon kings in front of them. As long as the divine crystals were broken, these terrifying dragons would awaken. Oh heavens! Everyone's faces were filled with fear as their bodies trembled. The 3 demon kings were already so terrifying. How terrifying would the real dragons be? Chapter 2763. Not good. Our sect leaders are in danger. Many elders and powerhouses of the sacred grounds changed their expressions. They had to inform them. Indeed, what they needed to do now was not to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, they had to leave this place quickly. It would be best if they could use a peerless array formation to seal this place forever. Otherwise, when those dragons revived and appeared on the ground, the entire world would be destroyed. Then, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering, and war would break out. At that time, it was really unknown whether the human race would be able to resist. Therefore, these people's faces were filled with fear. They hurriedly activated their secret techniques in an attempt to contact their sect leaders. But just like before, they couldn't contact them at all. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. The Black Feather King said respectfully. The peerless array formation enveloped the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, preventing long-distance communication. "How much do you know about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Lead us to the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons." Lin Xian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, since they couldn't contact those sacred leaders, they could only search for them personally. Hopefully, these sect leaders hadn't reached the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons were mysterious. The Queen Mother, Li Shuanxian, the Yi family patriarch, and the other sacred leaders set off again. They went deeper. In front of them, a small black mountain appeared. This scene surprised Li Shuanxian, the Queen Mother, and the others. "Speed up!" These sacred leaders and sect leaders were very powerful. They arrived near the Black Mountain in an instant. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to find that it wasn't a mountain. It was an altar. The four symbols sacred leader exclaimed. The others also frowned. The altar of the dragons? The runes on it were so strange. They were different from those of the human race. The Yi family's grand elder also frowned. At this moment, all the powerhouses' eyes flickered. They wanted to crack the runes of the dragons, but they couldn't do it. There seemed to be another altar in front of them. It was even taller. The Taishian sacred leader used the Eye of Stars and looked around. Soon, he locked onto a direction and walked over to take a look. These sacred leaders and sect leaders moved again. That's right. This time, the altar was even larger. It was like a mountain standing in front of them. Before they even got close, the sacred leaders and sect masters stopped. They could feel a shocking energy coming from the front. That aura was so oppressive that they could not breathe. This was just too terrifying. What kind of status did they have? What kind of people did they have? What kind of things had they not seen before? But now, in front of the black altar, they actually felt a trace of fear. Buzz, the great development sacred lord, coldly snorted and took out a saint's sword. This was a true saint weapon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying saint aura that enveloped the elders of the Dayan's sacred ground. The other sacred leaders and sect leaders also used their own techniques to resist the terrifying saint aura. The patriarch of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family had grave expressions on their faces. The patriarch of the Yi family emitted a golden light, as if he was a real golden god of war. The surroundings of the head of the Gu clan were mysterious. His body seemed to have merged with the void and completely disappeared. Both of them were clan leaders of Clan of the Ancients. Their strength was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived near the black altar. In the next moment, the members of the Yi family screamed. "Damn it, Emperor runes!" This was a Dao rune set up by a great emperor. The two of them frantically retreated, as if they had seen a ghost. If there were other martial artists who saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Something that could make them so terrified was definitely not simple. As expected, when the other sacred leaders and sect leaders heard this, they also frowned. "What? Runes set up by a great emperor? Are you sure?" Their eyes emitted a piercing light as they carefully looked ahead. Indeed, there was an array near the black altar. Although it was only a corner, the aura that it emitted was terrifying. Don't act rashly. This Emperor Rune is still in a closed state. Don't activate it. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Sacred Leader Dowie said in a deep voice. The others were even more shocked, especially those sacred grounds and family clans that had come out before. A corner of the Emperor Rune was only in a closed state, but the aura it emitted was as deep as the ocean. If it was activated, it would pierce through the sky. Even if they had sacred weapons, they would not be able to resist it. What should we do? Should we retreat? An elder asked. However, the Yi family leader, Gu family leader, Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The Emperor Rune was such a rare thing. Why should they retreat? That's right. Why should they give up such a good opportunity to comprehend it? If they could comprehend even a little bit, it would be of great help to them. The head of the Yi family also spoke. The others' eyes were shining, and their eyes were burning. Indeed, as long as they were careful, they could comprehend the runes left behind by the great emperor. Great emperors were existences that had existed for thousands of years and dominated the world. The things that they left behind were definitely terrifying. No matter how powerful these sacred leaders and sect leaders were, they could not be compared to the great emperors. Therefore, they only wanted to comprehend it quickly. Buzz. These experts all sat down cross-legged. Their eyes were like divine lamps as they began to comprehend the corner of the Emperor Rune. To be honest, if it was possible, they would be willing to stay here and comprehend it for decades, or even centuries. However, they knew that it was impossible. A few days later, many sacred leaders and sect leaders opened their eyes and looked behind them. There was a wave of energy coming from behind. Who was it? Could it be that their saints had come? That was impossible. How could they come here? These sacred leaders and sect elders discussed animatedly. Could it be that the thing in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? This was what they were even more worried about. After all, they still didn't know that this was the place of eternal rest. They thought that this was an ancient tomb. So if there was a corpse transformation or something like that, it might be very terrifying. These sacred leaders and sect leaders stopped comprehending and stood up. Their gazes were gloomy, and their auras were about to erupt at any time. However, gradually their expressions changed. No, the aura wasn't that strong, and it was very familiar. That's right. This is the aura of our sacred land. Golden chi and blood. A disciple of the Yi family. Exclamations could be heard one after another. It was their people. They were too surprised. They had to be careful when they came to this place. How did those young disciples come here? Their speed was too fast, wasn't it? Could it be an illusion? To be honest, these sacred leaders and sect leaders were still extremely careful. Sure enough, a group of people appeared behind them. They were a dark mass and were quickly rushing over. The few at the front were very heroic and extraordinary. One was surrounded by sword light like a peerless sword god, while the other was surrounded by golden chi and blood like a golden war god. Chapter 2764. The people around them were also outstanding. The auras on their bodies were powerful, creating a strange phenomenon in the world. Elders, sect leader, sacred leader. The people behind them were Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others. They had come here under the guidance of Black Feather Demon King. They didn't expect to see their sacred leader. The disciples shouted crazily. They had no choice. The previous experience was too terrifying. Although it had only been 2 or 3 times, it had greatly reduced their strength. Now, there weren't many of them left. Most of them had been killed. It's really our people. It's not an illusion. The sacred leaders spoke. There was a mysterious aura on Shi Wangmu. The Taishan sacred leader's eye of the stars could see through everything. The yin-yang mirror above the yin-yang sect leader's head shone in all directions. It was real this time. It wasn't an illusion. The others heaved a sigh of relief. They waved their hands and shot out beams of light that filled the sky. It was as if the path to heaven was beginning to lead their disciples. Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer also led Lin Xian and the others over. "How did you get here?" a grand elder of the moon-worshipping cult asked, curiously. Yes, the journey was so dangerous. The slightest carelessness could have led to eternal damnation. They had been walking carefully. How could their disciples have arrived so quickly? Elders, sect leaders. This question caused many of the Holy Land's cultivators to cry. If others saw this scene, they would be stunned. One had to know that these were top geniuses, peerless experts, but at this moment, they were crying like children. They felt wronged. This scene was too shocking. The elders and sect leaders frowned. They looked around, and then their faces turned gloomy. What's going on? Why are there so few people left? Where are the others? Are they behind us? Wudao, what's going on? The Yi family patriarch frowned. What's going on? It's a long story. We're in danger. Yi Wudao's mood was also gloomy. His Yi family had lost many disciples. The cultivators of the other sacred lands were crying. Many of them had been killed. What? The elders' expressions changed, and the sacred lords frowned. What's going on? Tell me the details. Soon, the sacred leaders learned about what had happened. The frozen princess, the world-destroying formation, the sky full of divinity crystals, and the saint's shield with a weapon spirit. Each and every one of them surprised them. They didn't expect that the place that they thought was safe to be hiding such a terrifying danger. As for the majority of their disciples, they were directly killed in these dangerous situations. This made their hearts bleed. The ones who had come this time around were all elite geniuses. Losing even one of them would be extremely painful. Moreover, they had lost so much. Then, how did you get here? Another elder asked the same question. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. In an instant, all the sacred masters and sacred masters turned to look at Lin Xian. Li Xuanxian, the head protector, and the others were also extremely shocked. What was going on? Could it be that their palace master had led everyone here? They didn't know. Lin Xian was being stared at by so many saint and sect masters, and the pressure on him increased exponentially. He took a deep breath and circulated the great dragon sword soul in his body to resist the pressure. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a figure walked out from behind him. A demon king. The elders were shocked, and the sacred masters and sacred masters frowned. Palace Master Lin, what's going on? Queen Mother of the West asked. Lin Xian said, "We encountered 3 demon kings along the way. I controlled one of them, and through him we came here." Speaking of this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. "This is also the reason why we came to find you. I'm afraid that the matter is serious. This nest of 10,000 dragons isn't as simple as we think." "You don't have to say that. We know that too." Sacred leader 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Obviously, he still had a murderous intent towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and frowned. "Oh, if you don't want to listen, you can leave immediately. I won't stop you." At that time, everyone from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground will be buried here. It has nothing to do with me. Kid, what did you say? You're courting death. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were also furious. Sacred leader 10,000 Thunder's face darkened. Although he called Lin Xian Palace Master, in his heart he didn't treat Lin Xian as the Palace Master at all. The other party was at most a young genius. How could he be on equal footing with them? However, the new powerhouses of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground said, "Sect Master, please calm down. Don't be rash." Yes, the situation was really serious. Hearing this, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were shocked. Sacred leader 10,000 Thunder also asked, "What's going on?" Palace Master Lin, you should tell us. The Yi family also spoke. We encountered 3 demon kings sealed by divine crystals. These demon kings are not dead, but in a deep sleep. According to our guess, they should be demon kings sealed by divine crystals in ancient times. The black feather demon king in front of me is one of them. He was controlled by me, and the other 2 escaped. According to my inquiry, the nest of 10,000 dragons is not the burial place of dragons, but a place of deep sleep. In the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, all the dragons are not dead. They are all sealed by divine crystals, as if they are avoiding a huge crisis. They are hoping that after the crisis is resolved, they will revive and rule the world. What? You're saying that the dragons are not dead? This is not an ancient tomb. This is just a place where they sleep. The elders were all stunned. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. We can't use the array formation to send messages, so we can only come to you personally. The expressions of these sacred leaders and sect masters became incomparably ugly. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family head, the Gu family head, Li Shu and Xian, and the Emperor Lords also had incomparably solemn expressions. If that was really the case, then things were really troublesome. The nest of 10,000 dragons was a terrifying existence. Dragons were a legendary race. They had never seen them before. They thought that dragons had become completely extinct after ancient times. Who would have thought that the dragons were not extinct but sealed automatically and slept until now? What were they trying to do? Why were they sleeping? What kind of crisis were they trying to avoid? The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. They felt that they seemed to have poked a hole in the sky. If the dragons really revived, and those legendary dragons appeared on the ground, it wouldn't be a good thing for humans. After all, dragons were the leaders of the myriad races. Although they were called divine beasts, there was still a world of difference between them and humans. These clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds great sects had been around for a long time. Naturally, they knew what happened in ancient times and even more ancient times. At that time, humans didn't rule the world but were just one of the myriad ancient races. Chapter 2765. They ruled the world and dominated the world. Back then, the human race was living in the cracks. Later on, the 10,000 ancient races disappeared one after another. On the human side, geniuses emerged in large numbers. There were even a few great emperors who swept through the ages. That was how the human race grew from a weak state to a rapid growth. Finally, after countless generations of accumulation, they became the current overlords of the true spirit world. However, although they were the overlords, these sacred lords knew that the human race did not control the entire true spirit world. They only controlled a part of it. There were also some forbidden areas and endless darkness that they did not explore at all. The demon race lived in the vast mountains. They were not weaker than the human race, but they were hibernating. The vast sea had terrifying sea demons and sea beasts. The human race did not dare to rashly step into it. They could only use teleportation arrays to teleport. It could be said that the human race had reached a balance at its peak. However, what if the dragons woke up and reappeared on the earth? Who knew if they would lead the other demon races to compete with the human race and seize the entire world? What should they do? Should they continue? The sacred lords and sect masters frowned, their eyes flickering. To be honest, they knew that this matter was very dangerous. However, they were unwilling to go back like this. So what if the Dragon Clan was in hibernation? They wanted to see with their own eyes what the legendary Dragon Clan looked like. Of course, the surviving disciples shook their heads frantically. Sect Master, hurry up and seal the entrance with a peerless array. Don't let anyone in, and don't let the dragons out. They were truly afraid. A single array diagram could mercilessly crush them, let alone the real dragons. However, The sacred lords and elders frowned and shut their mouths. They waited obediently. They were all experts, much stronger than the young disciples. Therefore, their thoughts were deeper. The dragons were sleeping. In that case, this was their nest. There must be endless treasures inside. Indeed, if they could obtain one or two, it would be of great benefit to them. Many sacred lords and sect masters had fiery gazes. However, there were also some people who had grave expressions. They knew that this matter was not a joke. If they really provoked the sleeping dragons and woke them up, things would be dangerous. Therefore, for a time, these sacred leaders and sect masters were in a deadlock as they discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder frowned. What was that smell? How fragrant! Everyone else also began to probe. That's right, it smells good. Who's barbecuing? Stupid. This is not the smell of barbecued meat. This is the smell of spirit medicine. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also astonished. They had indeed smelled the scent of spiritual herbs. Sure enough, there were many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seemed like a stalk of spiritual medicine was about to mature. The sacred leaders and patriarchs laughed. They saw this as an opportunity. Let's go and take a look first. Who knows, the spiritual medicine might still be far from those dragons. Many sacred leaders and sect masters soared into the sky, and the elders followed suit. When Shi Wangmu, the Yi clan's clan head, Li Xuanxian, and the others saw this scene, they sighed. Let's go and take a look as well. To be honest, they were also a little tempted. As the fragrance flew, Lin Xian felt that the fragrance was getting thicker and thicker. The dark red dragon was shocked. The other disciples exclaimed one after another, "Oh heavens, what kind of elixir is this? I can recover from my injuries just by taking a breath." They were too shocked. In the previous battle, many of them had been seriously injured, and they probably wouldn't be able to recover for a few years. But now, a single breath of the fragrance had allowed them to recover to their original state. This medicinal effect was too heaven-defying. Perhaps even a sacred medicine wasn't this terrifying. These people guessed one after another. Could it be a legendary, immortal medicine? These disciples were shocked, but the sacred leaders and patriarchs were even more tempted. This was definitely a stalk of divine medicine. They had to get their hands on it, so that this trip wouldn't be in vain. Even those living fossils were even more excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They didn't have much lifespan left. If they could obtain a few stalks of spiritual herbs in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they might be able to extend their lives. The temptation of being alive was too great for these people. For a moment, everyone sped up. The surrounding aura of the Tao of dragons became denser and denser, turning into dragon shadows that moved freely in the sky. And that fragrance was even more tempting. In fact, everyone felt that their spiritual power was beginning to increase. Gradually, a mountain range appeared in front of them, as if 10,000 dragons were lying down. On the mountain range, there were pitch-black holes one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing these black holes, Lin Xian and the other young geniuses trembled. They recalled the terrifying sinkhole. Therefore, they hurriedly reminded them. Lin Xian even reminded Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the others to be careful. Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the others had solemn expressions. The Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also cautious. They stopped in front of the black holes one after another, bewildered. What a terrifying aura. I actually feel a chill down my spine. The elders of the sacred lands frowned. Something was about to float out. Someone shouted. Sure enough, countless auras of the Tao of dragons surged in those black holes like swimming dragons. When those black holes bulged out, they brought with them a few things. They were divine crystals, 2 meters, 3 meters, and 5 meters of divine crystals. Inside those divine crystals, there were figures sealed in ice. Not good. It's the powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the young disciples exclaimed. The sacred lords also frowned. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the people inside the divine crystals. Were these the powerhouses sealed in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They actually used divine crystals to seal them. How extravagant! These people stared at the largest divine crystal with envious faces. However, after the reminder of the disciples, they wouldn't make a move easily. After all, these powerhouses had been passed down from ancient times. The fact that they could survive after being sealed represented their strength and identity. If such a person were to revive, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Moreover, there wasn't just one cave. There were probably many such existences in each cave. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. However, they heaved a sigh of relief because they discovered that these sealed powerhouses didn't come out because of them. It was because of these auras of the Tao of Dragons that they fluctuated unsteadily. As expected, as more auras of the Tao of Dragons entered, the divine crystals of these sealed powerhouses once again entered the black holes. From time to time, divine crystals would emerge from those black holes. When a divine crystal appeared in the top black hole, the sacred lords and sect masters all had goosebumps. Those young disciples couldn't even breathe. Chapter 2766. That's right. Everyone else felt it even without him saying it. This divine crystal was about 10 meters tall, and there was a man sealed inside. This man was wearing a purple robe and looked like an emperor. Although he had a human form, it was obvious that he was different from humans. He had claws, scales, and a tail. This was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, the aura on his body was too terrifying. Even though he was sealed, he could still emit such a monstrous aura that made the sacred leader and sect leader feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, be careful not to alarm him. In the Yi family, the Queen Mother and the others quickly spoke. The others nodded frantically. They stood there motionless, not even daring to breathe loudly. They only heaved a sigh of relief when the tall divine crystal re-entered the black hole. How terrifying! Was this a dragon? They were extremely shocked. They thought that dragons were like the legends, but they didn't expect them to be in human form. It was normal. When a beast reached a certain level of strength, it could transform into a human, let alone dragons. Next, everyone witnessed this scene again. One by one, divine crystals appeared from the black hole and drilled into it. The dark red divine dragon frowned. No, it wasn't just the dragons. There were other races too. Damn it! How many things were there in the myriad dragon suppression? What did you discover? Lin Xian asked. Other than the dragons, I also discovered some other races. They are also very powerful. These races belong to the 10,000 ancient races, but they have other titles. What titles? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. The primordial royal race. That was an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Let's put it this way. The war race and the celestial race were royal races among the 10,000 ancient races back then. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He knew how powerful the war race and the celestial race were, not to mention the older generation. Even the younger generation was terrifying. According to the dark red divine dragon's description, there were many royal races among the 10,000 ancient races. If a batch of them were resurrected, they would be unimaginably terrifying existences. The dark red divine dragon wasn't the only one who knew about this ancient secret. The Queen Mother, Yi family, Gu family, and other long-established families naturally knew about it too. Therefore, they were extra careful. Let's go around them and not alarm them. The head of the Yi family said in a deep voice. Everyone prepared to move. However, at that moment, that alluring fragrance was emitted again. Furthermore, it was so strong that it made everyone feel as if it was right beside them. The sacred lord stopped once again and scanned the surroundings with their eyes. Over there, finally, someone discovered it. At the foot of the mountain ahead, there was a plant that was surrounded by countless auras of the Tao of Dragons. Previously, the aura of the Tao of Dragon was too dense, so they didn't notice it at all. Now that the aura of the Tao of Dragon flowed, the plant finally appeared. When the Dragon Island aura on the plant was getting lesser and lesser, the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that this was a type of same medicine? Many elders began to tremble in excitement. There was nothing they could do about it. This had already exceeded their understanding. Perhaps only a peerless sacred medicine could be so terrifying. However, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, and the others all shook their heads. No, it wasn't a panacea. Their clans also had sacred medicines, but even sacred medicines did not have such power. It was too shocking. It was hard for them to imagine. Could it be the immortal divine herb? The dark red divine dragon screamed as he thought of a possibility. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. What? Immortal divine herb, the legendary immortal divine herb that only great emperors had. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for tens of thousands of years, and no one had entered it. It could be said to be quite safe. More importantly, the dragon chi inside was simply too terrifying. It was definitely possible to use the dragon chi to cultivate an immortal divine herb after countless years. When these sacred lords and sect masters analyzed, their eyes lit up. Heavens! Only great emperors were qualified to possess the immortal divine herb, and they had actually encountered it. If they could obtain it, these people didn't dare to imagine. Even if they didn't consume it, their sacred land families definitely had extremely terrifying foundations and living fossil elders. Those people were very powerful and could be said to be heaven-defying. However, their lifespans had already dried up, and they wouldn't be able to live for many years. It was also sealed with divine crystals. It would only appear when the family and the sacred land were facing a life and death crisis. If they had a real immortal divine herb, it would be equivalent to giving those living fossil elders a second life. It could instantly revive those dying elders and allow them to reach their peak. It could even extend their lifespans by thousands of years. To them, this was definitely a fatal temptation. Therefore, they had to obtain this immortal divine herb. Although they said that if they really wanted to make a move, these sacred lords and sect masters were in a difficult position. Because the immortal divine herb was at the foot of the mountain, it was too close to those black holes. If they alarmed the experts sleeping in the nest of 10,000 dragons in the black holes, they would be in danger. Therefore, how to obtain the immortal divine herb was still a problem. Buzz, the people from the Tao East Sacred Land, were the first to move. The Tao East Sacred Lord raised his hands high, forming a great Tao treasure bottle. This was a peerless divine ability of the Tao East Sacred Land. They were born with the Tao, and the great Tao treasure bottle they cultivated was even more terrifying. As expected, the great Tao treasure bottle in the sky released tens of thousands of auras, each of which was shocking. Countless auras rotated, forming a force that enveloped the front, wanting to take away the immortal divine herb. Damn it, not good. When the powerhouses of the other sacred lands saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. They didn't expect the Tao East Sacred Land to act so quickly. Lin Xian also frowned, watching this scene nervously. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he stared ahead, breaking through the layers of curtains. He could clearly see the appearance of the immortal divine herb. This immortal divine herb was too magical. It was only the size of a palm, but it looked like a true dragon, as if it was alive. If the sacred lords and sect masters hadn't said that this was a divine herb, Lin Xian would have really thought that it was a dragon. In front of them, the power of the great Tao treasure bottle was blocked by countless Tao of dragon auras, and it couldn't reach the immortal divine herb at all. This made the other sacred lands heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the people from the Tao East Sacred Land didn't succeed. However, this made them even more shocked. This immortal divine herb was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even a powerful divine ability like the Great Tao treasure bottle couldn't do anything to it. It seemed that they would have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the immortal divine herb. Next, the sacred lords, sect masters, and supreme elders began to try and use their respective divine abilities. Some people even used their sacred weapons. However, they still couldn't collect it. However, the use of sacred weapons still affected the immortal divine herb. Chapter 2767. Oh no, it's going to run. Catch it. Don't let it run away. Exclamations could be heard one after another. These people were extremely excited. At the same time, they were wild with joy. If the immortal divine herb left this giant mountain, then they would be able to show off their skills. After all, in front of these slumbering ancient royal family members, they didn't dare to make too many moves. The Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, and the others all used their strength and divine abilities, but they didn't succeed. They weren't discouraged. This was normal. The immortal divine herb was a spiritual herb exclusive to great emperors. It would be abnormal if it was so easy to be collected by them. On the immortal palace's side, Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others also used their methods, but they also couldn't collect it. However, their thoughts weren't here because they felt that with their strength, it would be difficult to collect this kind of thing. Therefore, they still thought of a way to inform the old palace master. The old palace master, Xia Jio, was here. With his strength, he could definitely collect it. If the old palace master could collect it, then their immortal palace wouldn't have to fear any sacred ground or sect in the future. They wouldn't even have to fear the ancient families. However, what shocked them was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was too strange. Their divine abilities and techniques were actually unable to send out any information. Therefore, for a moment, Li Xuanhuan, the great guardian, and the others all frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to watch the battle. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were red. He said, "Kid, aren't you tempted? Why don't we make a move too?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Stop fooling around. Even the sacred leader and sect master can't catch it. How can the two of us?" "Right?" Lin Xian looked at the snow-white little monkey on his shoulder. The snow-white little monkey grimaced and scratched his ears and cheeks. He had already tried countless times and used the treasure bowl on his head. However, he couldn't steal the immortal divine herb at all. However, the fragrance of the immortal divine herb made him salivate. Therefore, the little guy jumped around anxiously. Great Void Technique. A grand elder of the Gu family suddenly made a move and appeared at the foot of the mountain. He grabbed the immortal divine herb with one hand. The immortal divine herb turned into a dragon and quickly flew up, narrowly dodging this attack. Then it flew upward. Seeing this, the supreme elder of the Gu clan sighed. He executed the Great Void art and quickly returned to the Gu clan. There was nothing he could do about it. Now that his attack had failed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. That was because as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he felt his blood run cold. It was as if there was a terrifying power that wanted to tear him apart. He had to leave as soon as possible. The figure of the Gu clan's supreme elder flickered, and he retreated into the distance. Everyone cried out in surprise again. the warriors of the Gu clan sighed. They had almost caught the immortal divine herb. What a pity! Not long after, they exclaimed again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. So fast! Who was it this time? Was it the Gu family? No, the Gu family shouldn't have been able to see this speed. It was just too shocking. The other sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. Sacred Leader Myriad Thunder. That's right, the one who attacked was Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder. He had a pair of lightning wings on his back, which looked like the wings of a thunder god. There were frightening Tao patterns on them. As he moved, his speed was extremely fast. Thunder god's wings. That was a true sacred artifact. With it, one's speed would reach an unparalleled level. The surrounding sacred leaders and sacred leaders were envious as they explained the origin of that pair of wings. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard it. The thunder god's wings was a sacred artifact. No wonder it was so fast. The other saints and geniuses didn't see it clearly at all. Only Lin Xian, who activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, saw a trace of light. However, he couldn't see the specific figure. With the thunder god's wings, Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the immortal divine herb. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a lightning net appeared, enveloping the immortal divine herb in all directions. Ha ha! It's mine! Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder shouted excitedly. His eyes were red. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could it be that the immortal divine herb was really going to be obtained by Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder? Could it be that the Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder wanted to defy the heavens? In the sky, the lightning net became smaller and smaller. It was about to envelop the immortal divine herb. However, at that moment, the immortal divine herb's body swayed. Like a true dragon, it broke through the lightning net and flew out again. So powerful! The strength of the immortal divine herb was probably not weak. It could actually break through Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's attack. The sacred leaders in the distance exclaimed. They couldn't sit still anymore. They had to hurry up and attack. They couldn't let Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder take it away. The powerhouses of the Gu family prepared to use the Great Void technique again, to seize it by force. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder also sneered. You can't escape. My speed is unparalleled. He rushed out and arrived in front of the immortal divine herb in an instant. This time, he took out an even more terrifying treasure. However, before he could do anything, he screamed in the next moment. That was because a terrifying force surged out and tried to tear him apart. Not only him, but everyone behind him also felt a force. It was an extremely terrifying pressure that could devour heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything, not to mention Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others, even the Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They all stiffened in midair. Danger, a peerless danger. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's face turned green. Is this the killing intent of the archaic royal family? It's too terrifying. Is the archaic royal family going to revive? He didn't dare to agree. He flapped his lightning god's wings and turned to flee. However, just as he turned around, a force pierced through him and tore his body apart. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's body was torn apart, and his blood dyed the sky red. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were even more shocked. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder was killed. A sacred lord didn't even have the time to scream before he was killed. What kind of power was this? Was it the power of a sage? They didn't dare to imagine. A sacred lord was such a terrifying existence. But now, in front of this invisible killing intent, he was as weak as an ant. Is the archaic royal family really that terrifying? At this moment, everyone was even more certain of their thoughts. They absolutely couldn't let the archaic royal family revive. Otherwise, the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. A sacred lord, myriad thunders, martial artists screamed, crazily. The elders were also shocked. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, a soul directly fused with the lightning god's wings. The shield quickly cut through the void and flew to an extremely far place. Buzz. Then, the soul rushed out of the lightning god's wings and reformed its body. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder appeared in front of everyone once again. He's not dead. Those from the Myriad Thunder's sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. The others were also shocked. Chapter 2768. Indeed, the sacred lord of 10,000 Thunder's face was full of fear. If he didn't have the lightning god's wings, he would have died just now. That wisp of killing intent was too terrifying. Perhaps only a sage's treasure artifact could resist it. That was just a wisp of killing intent. If the other party was truly revived, how terrifying would it be? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, the sacred lords and sect masters all looked at the top. They remembered the tall purple powerhouse they saw earlier. It was him. It must be him. That purple powerhouse was at least a sage. Don't provoke him. Everyone trembled. Inside the Black Mountain was a sage of the far ancient royal family. They couldn't resist it at all. They didn't dare to have any thoughts about the immortal divine herb anymore, because the immortal divine herb had already flown near the cave entrance. Forget it, don't make any more moves. We can't alarm the sleeping sage. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The other sacred lords also sighed. That was indeed the case. Judging from the aura just now, it was too terrifying. This shouldn't be the end. Let's look around. Everyone looked at the immortal divine herb reluctantly. They swore that they would bring back an even more powerful existence when they returned. To fight for it, the immortal divine herb was even more terrifying and precious than the Yuhua immortal robe. Presumably, these holy lands would definitely not let this matter rest. Perhaps they would ask their own sages to help. However, that was a matter for when they got out. Now they had to continue searching. The group of people continued to walk forward. They went around the Black Mountain, and Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed closely behind. This time, they were even more careful, because no one knew what kind of danger was waiting for them. Fortunately, the danger seemed to have disappeared along the way. They didn't encounter any array formations, which made everyone feel incredulous. The sacred lords and sect masters frowned. There was no road ahead. These people stopped. The front was indeed blocked. What's going on? Is this the end? Some of the elders of the sacred lands were puzzled. The young disciples were even more puzzled. The sacred lords frowned. No, it's not the end. The road is blocked. It seems to be a door that's blocking our way. A door? Heavens, it can't be. This place is so big. These young martial artists were extremely surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. A golden light emerged as he scanned his surroundings. He realized that his surroundings had been cut off. If this was a door, it would probably be millions of miles away. The heavenly tree. This was the heavenly tree. One of the Yi family's grand elders exclaimed. The others were extremely shocked. The heavenly tree. What was that? This was a variant of the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at this heavenly tree, it is estimated to be more than 100,000 years old. The black thing you see is actually not the door, but its trunk. What? How could a tree trunk be so thick? He couldn't see the end of it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Was this the heavenly tree? But why was this heavenly tree growing here? How could they pass? It was very difficult to pass through. This sky-reaching god tree was probably planted here by the experts of the nest of 10,000 dragons to prevent others from entering. The great elder of the Yi clan sighed, and the others started to discuss. Among them, Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Isn't it just a heavenly tree? With so many sacred lords joining forces, I don't believe that we can't break it. That's right, this time, we brought a lot of sacred weapons. Everyone, let's attack together. The sacred lord of the Five Elements Palace also spoke. Many people's eyes were burning. Indeed, they were eager to know what was on the other side of the heavenly tree. Buzz, Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder, was the first to attack. Lightning surrounded his body, bringing about a powerful storm. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. A pair of thunder wings spread out behind his back, forming two thunderballs that blasted forward. This pair of thunder wings was a terrifying sacred weapon. The attack it released carried a monstrous sacred might as it charged forward. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering sounds rang out as lightning surged in the sky. It was so loud that everyone's ears were muddled. They couldn't hear anything else at all. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see through the sea of lightning and discovered that the heavenly tree wasn't damaged at all. It was just that the reef above was black. Heavens, what kind of tree is this? It's too hard. Even sacred weapons can't break through it. Kid, you don't understand. The heavenly tree is definitely one of the most terrifying sacred trees in the world. Moreover, this tree has been growing for at least 100,000 years. Think about it. The larch has only lived for 10,000 to 20,000 years. How terrifying is a sacred technique after 100,000 years? Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace and the other sacred grounds all swallowed their saliva. Let me help you. The Five Elements Sacred Lord also walked out. He opened his mouth and spat out a Five Elements pearl. This was also a sacred weapon. At this moment, he released all the flames within the Five Elements pearl. The monstrous flames turned into 8 fire dragons that charged forward. Fire countered wood. Everyone was confident that this time, the heavenly tree would definitely be attacked. However, the trunk of the sacred tree didn't seem to be made of wood. Instead, it seemed to be made of metal that blocked the sea of flames. Damn it, as expected of the heavenly tree. Everyone, let's attack together. The Five Elements Sacred Lord's face was gloomy. The other sacred lords, sect leaders, and grand elders all had solemn expressions. They felt that they could try to break through it. After all, there wasn't any danger nearby. You young disciples, back off. Back off far away. We need to use many sacred weapons. The Yi family's grand elder stood out and said in a deep voice, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other sacred sons and prodigies all retreated with their martial artists. Boom, boom. In front of them, the sacred leaders and patriarchs executed their martial arts. Wisps of shocking auras burst out from their bodies and soared into the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The void in front of them quickly shattered. The heavens and earth trembled, as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others retreated once again. They had no choice. With so many sacred lords attacking together, and the power of the sacred weapons, it was truly terrifying. It could shatter everything. Light flowed around their bodies as they activated their king domains. Armor appeared and quickly blocked the attacks. However, the weaker ones couldn't block it at all. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Retreat. Retreat quickly. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the 9 sons' bodies shone brightly, but they also felt a great pressure. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If they were hit head-on, Even an invincible king would be instantly killed. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. In front of them, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The sky was filled with energy, and the void shattered. However, what was shocking was that the heavenly tree had withstood it. It was such a terrifying attack, but it wasn't damaged. Damn it, what kind of tree is this? This old tree must have become a spirit. This couldn't be a holy tree, right? These people screamed crazily. Chapter 2769. Unknowingly, dozens of figures appeared around Lin Xian and the others. These figures were wrapped in the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and they let out deep roars. Occasionally, everyone could see the scales that flickered with cold light under the aura of the Tao of Dragon, as well as the terrifying claws and teeth. The creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian exclaimed, and the people around him were also terrified. In front, the sacred leaders and sect masters also exclaimed. Damn it, could it be that they were alarmed? But more than a dozen creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons quickly moved out, charging towards the young disciples like bolts of lightning. In an instant, blood spurted out, and screams sounded. Many people were torn in half, and blood dyed the sky red. Damn it, retreat, the sacred leaders roared, and the young disciples, saints, and geniuses all attacked coldly. Clang, the saint of 4 elements, fought against a humanoid creature and was directly blasted back, his entire arm numb. Damn it, it was actually so powerful. The others were also stunned. It was too terrifying. What exactly were these things? Were they beasts or dragons? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it, the sect masters in front shouted coldly. 2 of them brandished their sacred weapons and charged over. Terrifying sacred might overflowed, shattering the sky. Terrifying flames burned fiercely with this attack. It was truly terrifying. Sure enough, many humanoid creatures were sent flying, their bodies exploding and turning into a bloody mist. This scene made these young disciples heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, they screamed. In fact, the sacred leader who attacked also let out a miserable cry, because one of his arms was directly torn apart. In front of him, a few humanoid creatures also appeared. The aura on their bodies was even more terrifying, like an abyss. As soon as they attacked, they injured a sect master. This scene made the sacred leaders cry out in alarm. Damn it, the creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons had really awakened. Everyone, retreat quickly. At this moment, they were really panicking, because they discovered that more and more terrifying creatures were appearing around them. How did they appear? These sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. However, the terror of these creatures was far beyond their imagination. Even these humanoid creatures were holding ancient treasures in their hands to resist their sacred weapons. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. On Lin Xian's side, he also received a fierce blow. Foolish humans, you actually dared to trespass into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Go to hell! A cold voice rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Do it quickly. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, Dustless, and the others all roared in rage. The other saints, Heaven's Chosen, and all the martial artists attacked as though they had gone crazy. At the same time, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave this area completely. Buzz on Lin Xian's side. A blue ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and shattered the void, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. That azure figure let out a cold voice that sounded like thunder. It was extremely terrifying as it rolled towards Lin Xian. This sound wave was too terrifying. The martial artists around Lin Xian vomited mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. Just a single sound wave was enough to severely injure them. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he forcefully resisted the terrifying sound wave. Those sound waves hit his body and made a sonorous sound. It was extremely vast and mighty, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were descending. However, Lin Xian was fine. Buzz. Clenching his hand into a fist, he rushed forward. This fist was like a sun that exploded in the void. The resplendent light illuminated the world. A terrifying force burst out from his body. With a bang, the azure figure in front of him was forced back. "Damn human, you're courting death." The azure figure was enraged. He let out a long roar, and 2 more figures appeared around him. They were also azure in color and incomparably deep, like the sea. The 3 figures were like 3 sharp blades as they charged towards Lin Xian once again. "Foolish and lowly humans, today is the day you die." The aura of these 3 figures was too powerful. It was like 3 endless seas, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. So strong, so terrifying. What were these things? The young disciples were stunned. Other than a few top prodigies, the others could only resist with all their might. What do you humans think you are? In front of the ancient royal family, you're just ants. The azure figure let out a sinister laugh. "So now, ants go to hell." 3 streaks of blue sword chi were produced from that light. They descended from the sky, and their sharp aura made people tremble. "Ants?" Lin Xian sneered. The light of the 9-yang divine body became more and more tyrannical. His fist had completely transformed into a golden crow as he charged forward. Boom! The light cracked, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The 3 blue heavenly swords were directly shattered. Not only that, the 3 azure figures were also forced back. 2 of them directly exploded, and blue blood splattered all over the sky. "I'm an ant. Then what are you guys who can't even block a punch from me? You're worse than ants." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked ahead disdainfully. At this moment, he was like a sun war god that people looked up to. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The azure figures were shocked. The surrounding archaic creatures were also stunned. What was going on? How could there be such a strong physique among the humans? Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, many ancient creatures gathered towards Lin Xian. The human race is not something you can insult. At this moment, Yu Wudao also said coldly. Then, his fist turned into an unparalleled radiance, killing 2 humanoid creatures as well. This scene was also shocking. On Dustless's side, 10,000 rays of Buddhist light flashed. He also killed a few ancient creatures with his flower-pinching finger. Not good. There's a peerless genius among the humans. The ancient creatures' expressions changed, and their expressions became solemn. They originally thought that with their powerhouses restraining the sacred leaders and sect masters, they could easily kill the younger generation. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful figure among the younger generation. However, that wasn't all. What shocked them even more was still to come. After Lin Xian and the other 2, Dao Yisage, Gu Santong, No Flower, Murong Qingcheng, Shenjingqiu, the dark red divine dragon, Seiko Dian, all of the Saint Prodigies displayed extraordinary strength, which surprised the ancient creatures. In an instant, dozens of ancient creatures were completely suppressed. Many of them even bled. Their blood was blue, green, and black. It was very strange. Ancient creatures, the powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons, they were only SOSO. Seeing the wavering light sage kill 2 ancient creatures in one strike, the warriors of the wavering light sacred land sneered. "Lowly humans, what do you know? Do you really think you can compete with the ancient royal family? Our master hasn't awakened. Otherwise, one of them would be able to kill all of you." The humanoid creatures snorted. "What? Master? These creatures actually called the sleeping dragons their master. Could it be that these ancient life forms were just servants? Heavens! Some slaves were so heaven-defying and terrifying to such an extent they could compete with the top saints. Chapter 2770. Lin Xian and the others also had solemn expressions. If what the other party said was true, then the primordial emperor ancestor was truly terrifying. The dark red divine dragon sneered. A group of slaves dare to be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise I'll eat you. Lowly ants, you're courting death. The ancient creatures roared angrily. They stared at the dark red divine dragon, but soon they cried out in surprise. Their bodies trembled. Dragon? You're actually a dragon. That's right, I'm a dragon. You slaves, why aren't you kneeling on the ground? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. The ancient creatures in front trembled. Their expressions changed drastically. No, you're not the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Kill them. Kill them. They're plotting something. These people roared angrily. Their bodies emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as they charged out again. The battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. However, Lin Xian and the others were very powerful and gradually suppressed these ancient creatures. However, this was the nest of 10,000 dragons after all, and it was full of mysteries. These ancient creatures cooperated with each other and actually triggered the array formation here. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. The entire world was boiling as a terrifying array formation enveloped the surroundings. This caused Lin Xian and the others to fall into danger once again. Boom. In front, the battle between the sacred leaders and sect leaders was also abnormally terrifying. Many ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. These ancient creatures were very terrifying. They weren't weaker than these sacred leaders and sect leaders. In fact, many of the elders of these sacred lands were killed. Pu, an elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground, was surrounded by lightning like a god of thunder. However, a palm stretched out, tore through the lightning that filled the sky, and directly crushed his heart. With a puff, the body of the elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground split into pieces. However, that palm retracted, grabbed a heart, and directly put it into its mouth. Then he began to eat. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. They looked forward. There was a tall human figure in front of them. It looked like a human, but it had a tail and wings. Its head was like a crocodile, and it was very terrifying. It had already killed 3 sacred ground elders. Each time, it was a one-hit kill. It directly crushed the other party's heart, and then swallowed it. Buzz, the great derivation sacred lord, waved his great derivation sacred sword. The moment he slashed out, the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. The terrifying creature was sent flying. However, it was useless. More and more archaic creatures appeared in the surroundings, their auras incomparably terrifying. They also activated a terrifying killing array to kill these sacred masters and sect masters. The Queen Mother, Yi family's patriarch Li Xuanxian, and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They noticed that other than the ancient life forms around them, there were also roars coming from afar. Furthermore, a shocking aura rapidly spread across the place and burst out from it. Not good. I'm afraid that the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons is really going to revive. Everyone, retreat quickly. After he returned, he would make further plans. These sacred leaders and sect masters began to retreat. Behind them, there were also many powerful archaic creatures. Some of them were even wielding broken artifacts as they charged over. Boom! In the distance, the heavens and earth shook once more. Countless auras of the Tao of Dragon erupted, and the mountain with countless black holes rumbled. The experts sealed within the divine crystals floated out. They were floating in the sky. Although their eyes were still closed, their auras were growing more and more intense. Buzz. In fact, a 10-meter-tall divine crystal also appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on these sacred masters and sect masters until they found it difficult to breathe. Not good. It's that primordial king. Everyone was shocked. They had encountered it before. The wisp of aura emitted by the other party had already made them extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would appear again. If such a terrifying expert revived, they would probably be in danger. Whoosh, whoosh. These people retreated crazily. Hurry up and contact our people. Summon our saints. Many people from the sacred lands and great sects shouted angrily. The Yi family, Gu family, Immortal Palace, Jade Pool, and Alcade also took action. However, a peerless formation enveloped heaven and earth, isolating the aura. This prevented the teleportation array from being formed, and they were unable to send out the news. Lowly humans, do you still want to call yourselves humans? Today, you will be completely buried here. A cold and heartless voice sounded, and the murderous aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths swept out, accompanied by the aura of the Tao of Dragon. It formed a scene of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. In front of them, the sky-reaching divine tree also slowly trembled, and its body gradually rose into the air. Obviously, this primordial divine technique was not dead, but alive. However, it was too huge. With a slight shake, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the sky, countless lightning bolts descended, dancing in the air as they charged towards the elders. Not good. The sky-reaching divine tree was about to attack. These people went crazy. They discovered that those bolts of lightning were not thunder, but the branches of the sky-reaching divine tree. However, each of them was extremely sharp. They were like divine swords that slashed in all directions, and these people could only desperately block them. Boom, boom. The sky-reaching divine tree gradually left the ground, and the paths that it blocked also appeared. However, no one was in the mood to be excited. Originally, they wanted to know what was behind the sky-reaching divine tree, but now they couldn't care less. They fought crazily. However, some people could not help but take a glance, and then they screamed. "Dragon! It's a dragon!" The Grand Elder screamed. The other sect masters and sacred masters also probed their souls and looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Heavens! Lin Xian was shocked. Those people also screamed. It's really a dragon. That's right. Behind the sky-reaching divine tree, there was an even wider area. On that land, there were many figures lying cross-legged. They were like mountains lying there. The small ones were more than 10 meters tall, while the big ones were hundreds of meters tall. There was even one that was more than 10,000 meters tall. They could not see the end of it. At first glance, they thought that it was a mountain, but those people were too powerful, and their eyes were sharp. They realized that it was not a mountain at all. It was a body. Many bodies were lying on the ground like a mountain range. There were cold scales on them that flickered with a metallic light. They emitted a monstrous aura that caused one's blood to freeze. That was the pressure from one's bloodline and soul. Only an extremely powerful bloodline could cause such a scene. Everyone knew that those were dragons, the same dragons as in the legends. There were really dragons, and those dragons were all sleeping. Some of them were sealed by divine crystals, while others were sealed by dragon veins. In short, all of the dragons were in a deep sleep. However, the aura that they emitted was like an ancient abyss that could crush people. there were more in the distance. The dark red divine dragon pointed into the distance and screamed. He was a dragon, so he was more familiar with those things. Everyone hurriedly fought while using their souls to probe. The sacred masters and sect masters did the same. In the next moment, they were even more shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that there were many god crystals floating around those enormous dragons and even further away. Chapter 2771. The dark red divine dragon said, "Dragons, even more terrifying dragons." Everyone sensed carefully and found that this was indeed the case. These human-shaped dragons were even more terrifying. Some of them even had dragon horns on their heads, some had dragon scales on their bodies, and some had dragon tails and dragon wings. They were extremely terrifying. Among them, the living fossils of the Tuoba family, Nangong family, and Ouyang family also quickly used their spirit-seeking techniques. They probed into the distance. They wanted to see clearly what was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their gazes became incomparably deep. Mysterious runes flickered, carrying a terrifying light that pierced through everything. These 3 living fossils were elders. They had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. This time, the 3 great spirit-seeking clans were led by them. Therefore, at this moment, they used their terrifying spirit-seeking technique, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The entire world also underwent a strange change. In front of them, countless auras of dragons surged and gradually spread out. Everyone seemed to be able to see the scene in the distance clearly. However, the good times didn't last long. Not long after, the 3 living fossil-level spirit-seeking masters screamed in pain. They kept rolling and covering their faces with their hands. Blood flowed down their fingers. Elders, the people of the 3 great spirit-seeking clans, screamed crazily. What was going on? Why was their elder Zhang injured? The 3 living fossils elders of the 3 spirit-seeking clans screamed in pain. My eyes! Damn it, my eyes! They screamed crazily. Their eyes were bleeding, and they were directly blinded. The road ahead was once again covered by the aura. It was thick and heavy, and no one could see clearly again. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly did these living fossils see? Even their eyes were blinded. Could it be that they saw something they shouldn't have seen? Everyone's bodies trembled. What exactly was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Elders, what did you see? The people of the 3 great spirit-seeking clans also quickly asked. However, the 3 living fossils elders shook their heads crazily. They didn't dare to say it. They would be blinded with just a glance. If they said it, who knew if the terrifying array formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons would directly kill them? However, if they didn't say it, these people became even more curious. This was especially true for the sacred leader and the sect master. They wanted to know more. The Taishan Saint Master was surrounded by 108 stars, as if he was the master of the starry sky. His eyes were like 2 universes. The light of the stars pierced through and shattered the aura of the Tao of dragons in the sky, opening up a path. The Yin-Yang sect leader had the Yin-Yang mirror above his head. Black and white auras flowed around his body. It was quite strange and terrifying. At this moment, he also activated the Yin-Yang mirror and shot out a beam of Yin-Yang light that shot forward. The head of the Gu clan appeared and disappeared unpredictably like a ghost. He directly used the void technique, causing the void in front of him to split open and devour the endless aura of the Tao of dragons. The Yi clan's clan head, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sacred leaders and sect masters also attacked together. Li Xuanqian's body emitted a sharp aura. A flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was 2 fingers wide, and it flashed with an endless cold light. Buzz as the saber flew out. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed, and wolves howled. It pierced through the void. The terrifying aura caused the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters to change. Those elders were also trembling. Some of them screamed, "Shao Li's flying dagger." It was actually him. Damn it, he actually joined the immortal palace. What are you talking about? That amazing Shao Li's flying dagger, who swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands with a wave of flying daggers? Some of the sacred leaders' faces changed. They didn't recognize him before, and he didn't use the flying dagger. Now that the flying dagger was out, it shocked the heavens and shocked the gods. It made them immediately think of that terrifying person back then. It was him. It was definitely him. They didn't expect him to appear again after being silent for 800 years. Those elders and sacred leaders cried out in surprise. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were also shocked. When the flying dagger appeared, these sacred leaders and prodigies felt their hair stand on end. Many of them directly knelt on the ground. They felt that this blade light would be able to annihilate them completely. Lin Xian's body also trembled. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and blocked this shocking saber light. It was too terrifying. This was the most terrifying saber light he had ever seen. This Li Xuanxian was actually so terrifying. He hadn't seen him fight before, but now it seemed that his strength was definitely not weaker than those sacred leaders and sect leaders. Moreover, when he attacked, those sacred leaders and sect leaders looked as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Li Xuanxian had an even more shocking identity? That should be it. Yi Wudao, Dustless, Goose Santong, and the others also had serious expressions. The dark red dragon was even more shocked. This immortal palace was indeed mysterious and strange. Who knew what kind of peerless figure would appear in the future? With so many sacred leaders and sect leaders working together, they broke through the dragon aura in front of them. Everyone could once again see the scene in front of them clearly. In the next moment, they cried out in surprise, their hearts beating wildly. Even the dark red dragon was shocked. He screamed, feeling that the blood in his body was about to freeze. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the young disciples were even more frightened. The sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders also felt their scalps go numb. The reason for that was because they saw an altar in the distance. It was a 5-colored altar. The altar was very ancient and emitted a desolate aura. It had existed for countless years. On the altar, there was an egg, a golden egg. It was as big as a wash basin, and there were countless mysterious Tao patterns on it. They were densely packed and dazzling. The egg was golden. On the mysterious altar in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was actually an egg. What kind of egg was this? Could it be a dragon egg? No one knew. However, this scene infuriated the ancient creatures in the surroundings. They roared and pounced crazily, causing the sacred leaders and sect leaders to no longer have the chance to observe. The young prodigies on Lin Xian's side were also fiercely attacked. In an instant, the endless dragon aura in front of them surged, once again enveloping the mysterious golden dragon egg. Everything could no longer be seen. As for Lin Xian and the other sect masters, they were all in danger. Many young disciples were killed, and even a few saints had their bodies pierced through. The battle in the distance was even more tragic. Many grand elders of the sacred grounds and sects were hacked apart. Their bodies were directly swallowed alive. What made them even more desperate was that in the sky, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal, the purple primordial king, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It surged downward, turning into a thick purple aura that covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, many sacred leaders and sect leaders vomited blood. Not good. Quickly block it. These sacred leaders and sect leaders all activated their sacred weapons to block the terrifying purple light. At the same time, countless ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. Chapter 2772. In an instant, Li Xuanxian, the patriarch of the Yi family, the patriarch of the Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West were all under intense attacks. These primordial creatures were too powerful. They could even mobilize the surrounding Tao of dragon aura and peerless killing formations at will. The sacred lord of 10,000 thunder used his lightning god's wings and flew quickly in the sky. 2 lightning god's wings turned into lightning heavenly blades that slashed in all directions. Wherever they passed, for primordial creatures were cut in half and blood splattered everywhere. The Yin-Yang sect leader held the Yin-Yang mirror and bombarded the surrounding primordial creatures. A jade lake appeared beside the Queen Mother of the West. A drop of jade lake holy water directly pierced through those terrifying creatures. It turned them into nothingness. The patriarch of the Yi family was like a golden god of war. He opened and closed his palms, creating a bloody path. The patriarch of the Gu family appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he could easily kill primordial creatures. Li Xuanxian was even more terrifying. The flying knives in his hand never missed. Every time, he would kill with a single strike. There was even a time when he directly killed 7 primordial creatures with a single strike. It was truly terrifying. The surrounding sacred lords, royal lords, and Buddhist abbot all attacked one after another. However, the enemies were even more terrifying. Among these primordial creatures, there were a few that were very terrifying. One of them was surrounded by flames. The flame wings on its back spread out and directly burned several elders of the 5 Elements Palace to ashes. The other one had a long human form. It had a head of incomparably dark green hair and turned into a poisonous python. He held a green sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he killed several elders of the Dayan sacred land and Tai dynasty. Buzz, the sky-reaching tree, was even more terrifying. Its branches hung down and directly enveloped the elders of the Yi family, Gu family, Tao, Yi sacred land, and Jade Lake. In an instant, they were hung up. Their heads were chopped off. In an instant, blood spurted out, and miserable screams rang out. These were all peerless experts. Their blood turned into a sea of blood in the air, forming a hell of azura. The monstrous killing intent was astonishing, and it made one's scalp tingle. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. This was an intense battle. Perhaps no one in the outside world would have thought that the sacred lord, who usually dominated a region and was respected by the world, would be injured. He was actually heavily injured and even killed here. On Lin Xian's side, he was facing an unprecedented crisis. Only the top saints could resist it with the treasures in their hands. Those young disciples could not resist at all. Even the weaker saints and prodigies were mercilessly killed, and this was just some servants dealing with them. If it was a true far ancient royal, it would be even more dangerous. As expected, an even more terrifying ancient life form roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The faces of Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and the others instantly flickered. Not good. Everyone join hands. The dark red divine dragon screamed and swung its tail, exuding a mighty dragon aura that intimidated the ancient creature. This primordial creature was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the aura it exuded made the Shengzis feel as if they were facing a formidable foe. Everyone joined forces and attacked. However, it was shattered by a single slap from the primordial creature. The ground cracked open and an endless aura of the Tao of Dragon filled the air. Those people all retreated. Lin Xian and Leaf Daudenier had strong bodies. Murong Qingcheng, Shun Jingqiu, and the others also had bloodline power revolving around them. They only retreated. However, the other prodigies did not have strong bodies or terrifying bloodlines. Some of their bodies directly split open, and their blood dyed the ground red. With just a single strike, they had received such heavy injuries. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Roar! The ancient creature let out another roar and charged over again. After 2 moves, these people were even more heavily injured. Some saints and saintesses were even killed. Several princes of the 9 Li dynasty were also killed. The monks of the western desert also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Many of them had their heads smashed. Among them, Wuchen was the strongest. No Flower was also extremely mysterious. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, exuding terrifying bloodline power. There was also a Zhang 6 golden body that shone brightly like a Buddha. He was Wuchen's junior brother and was also a terrifying prodigy. He cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body, which was a supreme body. The prodigies of the southern mountain were the same. For some reason, Yen Nantian did not come to the southern mountain's Yen family. However, the prodigies of the Yen family were also extremely powerful. The demon kings of the northern plains Demon King Palace roared angrily. At the same time, they were terrified. It was too terrifying. The ancient creature's bloodline power was causing them great trouble. Huatiendu's face was gloomy. The bloodline power in his body shone brightly. However, he was also injured. The saints and prodigies were all injured. If the ancient creature continued to attack, they would be killed sooner or later. Qingcheng Qiu, are you okay? Lin Xian came to Xinjing Qiu and Morong Qingcheng and asked in a deep voice. The 2 of them shook their heads, but their faces were pale. Ruffian Long, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked. If not, he would really have to go all out. He would summon the great dragon sword soul or enter the black earth directly. Wait, I'll try. The dark red, divine dragon stepped forward. He did not attack. Instead, he spoke in a strange language. This scene puzzled Lin Xian and the others. They did not understand what it meant. In front, the tyrannical ancient creature was stunned. It stopped and looked at the dark red divine dragon in bewilderment. It also spoke the ancient language. They were communicating. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Yi Wudao Gu Santong and the others also had serious expressions. The great Xia prince, the Alcade sage, and the other prodigies were also waiting silently. The dark red dragon spoke the dragon language. The dragon language was a very noble language among the immemorial royal family. Apart from the dragon tribe, the immemorial royal family members should also know it. Therefore, the dark red dragon tried to speak. As expected, the ancient creature in front of them stopped and communicated with him. As the dark red dragon spoke, he emitted dragon blood and dragon might. The dragon blood surged, and dragon might spread, causing the ancient creature in front of them to be puzzled. He did not attack, but his cold eyes were still filled with vigilance. He stood in front and stared coldly at the dark red dragon, Lin Xian, and the other prodigies. Ruffian Long, how is it? Lin Xian asked telepathically. Fortunately, these ancient creatures have just awakened, so they don't know much. Therefore, I should be able to fool him for the time being. Hurry up and tell the others not to act rashly. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the saints, heavenly sect, and young martial artists, telling them to stay where they were and not move. After hearing this, they did as they were told. Chapter 2773. The ancient creature in front of them was too powerful. They all stood there with solemn expressions. Although the other party had not attacked yet, they did not dare to be careless. If the other party attacked, they still had to be careful. Lin Xian called over all of Immortal Palace's people to his side. He lightly tapped them, a pained expression on his face. Immortal Palace had also lost more than half of their martial artists. Fortunately, although Peacock and the others were injured, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Looking around, Lin Xian felt that he had really taken advantage of them. He had lost half of his martial artists, which was considered light. The Yi family and Gu family's losses were about the same as his. However, the other sacred grounds and sects were very miserable. The better ones lost 2/3 of their martial artists, leaving only 1/3 of their martial artists. The worse ones probably only had 1/10 of their martial artists left. Even those who survived had injuries on their bodies and looked miserable. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the intense battle in front of him. He frowned. He could not fight or provide support now, so he directly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. He frantically absorbed the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. The aura here was too strong. Lin Xian did not care if the others were in the mood, or if they had the courage. Anyway, he could absorb as much as he could. However, he did not make too much of a commotion and carefully absorbed it. Roar! The ancient creature suddenly roared in a low voice. The aura on his body spread out again. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Obviously, he had noticed Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon's roar sounded. This made the ancient creature even more confused. The dark red divine dragon said a few more words in the dragon language. Only then did the ancient creature stop and not move. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon also absorbed the Tao of dragon aura. The others were shocked. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the front, attracting everyone's attention, including the ancient creature in front. They all turned their heads to look. Lin Xian raised his head while absorbing. Then he was shocked. In front of him, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal suddenly cracked open. The ancient royal inside, the purple figure, opened his eyes. His gaze turned into an evasive one, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, many of the elders below were penetrated by the gaze and nailed to the ground. Oh no, he's resurrected. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, and the others all looked completely flabbergasted. As for the sage lords and pontiffs, their scalps went numb. An archaic king had been resurrected. Damn it, he's too strong. Everyone, be careful. Hurry up and use your saint weapon. The sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders no longer dared to be careless. They gathered one after another and activated their saint weapons, sweeping out in all directions to resist the archaic king. Previously, they had guessed that the primordial king was very likely a sage, although the other party's aura and cultivation were very unclear. They did not know whether the other party was a saint or not. However, it was obvious that the other party was too powerful. This was far beyond their expectations. Even if they used their saint weapons, they would only be able to contend against the other party. Damn it, this definitely surpassed the realm of invincible kings. Was he really a saint or not? He wasn't sure. He hadn't used any saint laws at all. These sacred leaders and sect leaders were all stunned. After the other party appeared, his figure flashed, and he arrived in front of 2 royal elders of the divine Wind dynasty. With a slap of his big hand, he directly smashed the 2 royal elders into pieces. Then he came in front of the monks of the myriad Buddhist sect and similarly waved his fist. He blew up 3 monks. It was too terrifying. The other party was simply the king of close combat. He didn't use any laws at all. He directly used his physical strength to kill in all directions. After the purple archaic king appeared, the surrounding divine crystals also shattered. One archaic creature after another opened their eyes and charged over. Damn it! The Yi family patriarch roared and spat out a bronze cauldron that suppressed the surroundings. With a bang, a terrifying aura blasted the surrounding archaic creatures away. However, the purple archaic king was completely unaffected and directly charged over. With a clang, a palm slapped on the green cauldron, causing a shocking vibration. Everyone's scalps went numb as they quickly retreated. Many elders vomited mouthfuls of blood. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others were also affected. Fortunately, they had already retreated to an extremely far place before this. Otherwise, if they were any closer, the sound wave just now would have torn them apart and killed them directly. Kill. The grand evolution's sacred leader waved his divine sword, and a peerless sword light descended from the sky. This sword could kill any invincible king. However, the purple archaic king was fearless. He slapped the sacred sword with his bare hands, and his palm collided with the sacred sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred sword trembled in the sky, and the archaic king was sent flying backward, smashing through the void. He roared repeatedly. This scene shocked everyone and made them happy at the same time. Great, the sacred weapon could suppress the other party. Use it quickly. In an instant, the Yin-Yang sect leader, sacred leader of myriad thunder, sacred leader of all beginnings, sacred leader of Tao Yi, sacred leader of Alkaid, the Gu family, and the Yi family all used their sacred weapons. Terrifying auras surged into the sky and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the archaic king wasn't the only danger in the surroundings. Some of those archaic creatures had also used peerless treasures, but they couldn't contend with these sacred weapons. Moreover, there was also a divine tree that had existed for 100,000 years. His attack was also very terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the experts in the nest of 10,000 dragons all supported the archaic king. The archaic king roared, and the ground cracked open. A purple spear transformed into a purple dragon that instantly appeared in the sky and was grabbed by him. With a thrust of the spear, one of the grand elders of the 5 Elements Palace was killed. Pung! This spear pierced through the heart of the grand elder of the 5 Elements Palace. The light of the 5 elements on his body quickly dissipated. The long spear vibrated and directly blasted the Grand Elder into pieces. Damn it! The 5 Elements sacred leader roared as he activated the 5 Elements Pearl, releasing the energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It formed a terrifying light that charged forward to resist the archaic king. However, the archaic king was too terrifying. Now that he had taken out a purple spear that was like a dragon, it was even more terrifying. Kill! An elder of the Yi family roared as he held a huge sky-splitting axe in his hand. He charged forward and fought with the archaic king. Both of them were experts in close combat. Their physiques were strong, so their battle was earth-shattering. All the experts were shocked. The Yi family was indeed a clan of the ancients. Their physiques were too strong. Roar! The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves. The archaic king suddenly roared as the purple light on his body soared into the sky. His aura erupted once again. The surrounding Tao of dragon aura quickly surged into his body, and the long spear in his hand seemed to have come alive. Chapter 2774. The first spear sent the sky-splitting axe flying. The second spear pierced through the Yi family elder's forehead. Puffed! The Yi family elder's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. The Yi family experts roared crazily. One of their peerless elders was killed just like that. Even his soul power did not escape. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the purple primordial king. The Yi family's sacred leader snorted coldly as he activated the bronze cauldron and charged over. At the same time, the Gu family and Alcade realm experts made their moves. Li Xuanxian stood in the void, his body surrounded by a biting cold blade light. Another flying dagger appeared in his hand. As soon as the flying knife appeared, the surroundings were filled with wails and cries. There was even a rain of blood. The terrifying scene caused the surrounding primordial creatures to tremble, as if they were facing a great enemy. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice. All the primordial creatures that were locked onto by Li Xuanxian felt a fatal sense of danger. Li Xuanxian did not attack these ordinary primordial creatures. His gaze was fixed on the primordial king, who was fighting with the Gu family and Yi family. Li Xuanxian raised his hand, and the flying knife at his fingertips flickered with a terrifying light. Even the purple primordial king in the distance raised his head, a terrifying light shooting out of his eyes. The other party's flying knife also threatened him. His body emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as his speed reached the extreme. He dodged in the sky while fighting the Yi family and Gu family's sacred leaders at the same time. However, Li Xuanxian did not make a move immediately. He stood in the void, accumulating power and waiting for a sure-kill strike. This process was very long. As long as Li Xuanxian did not attack with his flying knife, all the primordial creatures felt their bodies go numb as they felt a potential threat. This made them feel very uneasy. Buzz. Finally, Li Xuanxian found an opportunity to attack. With a wave of his finger, the flying knife between his fingers flew out. In an instant, wails and cries could be heard. The world lost its color as a terrifying sea of blood surged. This was a sure-kill attack. Many primordial creatures were scared to the ground. In the distance, the primordial king's hair stood on end. After his uneasiness and anger, a purple light shone from his body. The purple spear in his hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Buzz, an earth-shattering sound, rang out as the primordial king roared. Purple blood burst forth, piercing through the void. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. A flying knife had pierced through his body. It hit. How terrifying! He was actually able to injure an archaic king. Cries of alarm rang out, and the ancient creatures roared anxiously. On the human side, the holy sovereigns, sect masters, and elders were all shocked. As expected of Shao Li's flying dagger, his strength was not in vain. It was too frightening. Probably no one would be able to dodge this flying dagger skill. Even a primordial king with such a powerful physique was hit. Everyone was shocked. The Yi family's patriarch and the others seized this opportunity to attack like crazy. In the distance, Li Xuanxian's eyes flickered as he sighed in his heart. This attack was aimed at the center of his opponent's eyebrows, but in the end, he only managed to hit his opponent's shoulder. It could be said that it was a little different from what he had imagined. One had to admit that this primordial king was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others exclaimed when they saw this scene. This saber strike was too shocking and too fast. They didn't see it at all. They only saw Li Xuanxian waving his palm, and the primordial king was injured. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen the previous scene through the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment in his mind, he was still slowing down and recalling. It was indeed a peerless saber strike. It was really terrifying. He guessed that even if it were other holy sovereigns or sect masters, they probably wouldn't be able to dodge it. It was even possible that they would be killed in one move. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Roar! The primordial king roared crazily. and the light on his body overflowed into the sky, quickly healing his wounds. His pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Li Shu and Xian. Buzz! His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over quickly, wanting to kill the other party, because a second flying dagger appeared in Li Shu and Xian's hand. He had to get rid of this hidden danger. In the blink of an eye, the primordial king arrived near Li Shu and Xian and stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. Li Shu and Xian was like a floating immortal, floating in the air. He dodged the shot by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the second flying dagger in his hand was sent out. With a bang, another bloody hole appeared on the primordial king's body. This bloody hole was very close to his heart. It had almost pierced through his heart. The crowd was even more astonished upon seeing this. The primordial king's face was also gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the purple long spear in his hand turned into a dragon and rushed out. It charged towards Li Shu and Xian. Li Shu and Xian dodged again, but this time the purple dragon followed him closely, giving him no chance to send out a third flying dagger. Without the threat of Xiao Li's flying dagger, the primordial king once again went on a killing spree. Boom! The battle continued to erupt. Finally, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the sacred lord of myriad thunder was torn in half. His soul was caught by the primordial king and directly destroyed. Between heaven and earth, a rain of blood fell. The wings of the thunder god danced in the sky, but it had lost its luster. Sacred Lord! Frantic shouts came one after another. The martial artists of the myriad thunder sacred ground had all gone crazy. The elders screamed crazily. They realized that their sacred leader had been killed. Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. It's over. A sacred lord has fallen. This was an earth-shattering event. Although a sacred lord had been injured before, he hadn't been killed. These sacred lords were very powerful. Even if their bodies were split in half or torn into pieces, they could still recover. However, it was impossible now. The sacred lord of myriad thunder's soul had been directly destroyed. This could be said to be a fatal blow. There was no chance for him to revive. Sure enough, the sacred lord of myriad thunder's body fell from the sky, smashing the void and sinking the ground. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Those who had died before were all elders. But now, the sacred lord of myriad thunder had become the first sacred lord to die. This was absolutely shocking. If news of this spread, the entire true spirit world would probably be shaken. After all, a sacred lord was a true overlord. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world would tremble. But now, he had been mercilessly killed by the primordial king. Roar! The primordial king's body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his blood. It was the blood of the sacred lords and elders. At this moment, he was like a demonic god, looking around with a cold gaze. After killing the sacred lord of myriad thunder, he attacked again. Not good. Hurry up and leave. Many sacred grounds and sects quickly retreated. They opened their doors and prepared to teleport. Chapter 2775. No, they couldn't leave. How could this be? Some elders took out teleportation scrolls and activated the power of space to surround them, wanting to teleport them away. However, in an instant, another peerless array formation shattered the teleportation scrolls. Those who were about to leave fell out of the sky. Everyone's face was pale. Oh no, damn it, we can't leave. They were really panicking. Previously, they were willing to give it their all because they had trump cards, Dow gates, and teleportation scrolls. They could leave at any time. But now, they realized that their escape route had been sealed. There was no way to escape. This scene caused the faces of these powerhouses to change completely. "Lowly humans, you shall all die here." The primordial king's soul released a terrifying divine thought that swept in all directions. A monstrous killing intent was emitted from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hands high and his aura surged. In the distance, an object flew over quickly. It was a giant dragon flying in the sky, and its body gradually turned into a dragon saber. It was held in the hands of the primordial king. Buzz, a terrifying power erupted, and those sacred leaders and sect masters retreated frantically. "Oh no, a sage weapon. He's going to use a sage weapon. Hurry up and stop him," these people shouted frantically. The golden sword, the yin-yang mirror, the great Tao treasure bottle, the bronze cauldron, everyone attacked crazily, especially the Yi family head, who activated the bronze cauldron with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the terrifying dragon saber roared, and the terrifying sound completely spread out. The entire sky was boiling. Countless cracks appeared, and a saber light could kill any powerhouse. Everyone was horrified by this scene. Lin Xian and the others were facing a great enemy. They realized that their bodies could not move. The sacred leaders and sect masters in front of them also had ugly expressions. "Hurry up and attack. Don't hold back." These sacred leaders and sect masters activated the sage weapons in their hands with all their might. The Yi family head gathered the elders of the Yi family. In front of them, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, flickering with a terrifying light. The Yi family head and the elders quickly performed hand seals and poured all their power into the bronze cauldron. Boom! The bronze cauldron erupted with an extremely terrifying power. It was like a demonic mountain that suppressed the surroundings. The entire sky began to tremble. How terrifying! It had the power of the celestial arch cauldron. An expert exclaimed. The yin-yang mirror erupted with a brilliant light that threatened to engulf the entire world. Golden holy swords, great Tao treasured vases, and sages' weapons soared into the sky. He wanted to suppress the dragon knife together. The primordial king was simply too powerful. Even though they were both sage weapons, the strength of the primordial king was still extremely strong. Thus, when he unleashed his saint's weapon, the power he unleashed was truly incomparably terrifying. It swept through everything. Although he was suppressed, he didn't fall behind. The sky-piercing god tree also launched an attack. Thousands of tree trunks fused with the surrounding Tao of dragon aura, turning into giant dragons that began to attack the sacred leaders and sect masters. Li Xuanxin sent out the third flying knife, knocking away the purple long spear. Thus, at the same time, he met up with the great guardian and the others. Together, they formed a large seal. The four directions' great imprint continuously enlarged, releasing an endless aura. After receiving the support of so many unrivaled kings, the terrifying power became more and more intense, surging in all directions. A great battle broke out. So many sage weapons collided, erupting with unparalleled light. The entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying by a violent force. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they were sent flying. The weaker ones were killed by the energy. The stronger ones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Even the 9-yang divine body on Lin Xian's body was shattered, with many cracks appearing on it. On the other side, Yi Wudao and Dustless were the same. They were all injured. The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingcheng, and Shen Jingqiu were also injured. Fortunately, everyone finally stopped. However, before they could catch their breath, another wave of shocking energy erupted in front of them. It was even more terrifying than the previous energy shock waves. Not good. The expressions of the saints and elites changed. Lin Xian didn't say a word and directly sent out the black earth. All the people around him were stored inside. Yi Wudao also sent out a replica of the celestial emperor cauldron, the Alcade Saint, the Grand Xia Prince, Dustless, and the others all used their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their sacred grounds. In an instant, these people were sent flying again. The battle this time was too tragic. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying for millions of miles. They had no idea how the battle was going. They could only see rays of apocalyptic divine light dancing in the sky, and the terrifying sound of thunder kept ringing. 5 days passed. 10 days passed. 20 days passed. The battle lasted for a month and was still ongoing. This made Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others stunned. Only now did they know how terrifying these sacred leaders and sect masters were. One had to know that such a shocking battle consumed a lot of energy. Especially when he was using a saint weapon, his power was like flowing water, flowing away at an extremely fast speed. However, these sacred leaders and sect masters were actually able to fight for a month without weakening. It was truly terrifying. However, they weren't happy. Instead, their expressions became uglier. This was because they felt that more and more powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were reviving. In addition to the purple primordial king, another primordial king was revived on the 20th day. More primordial creatures were revived. A month later, a third primordial king was revived. The 3 primordial kings joined forces and shook the world. Fortunately, there were many sacred leaders and sect masters who came this time and brought many sage weapons. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, it was only a matter of time before they died. This was because up until now, 5 sacred leaders and sect masters had already died. The number of elders who died was uncountable. There was nothing they could do. 3 primordial kings, 100,000-year-old heavenly tree, and countless primordial creatures. Together with the peerless formation, these sacred leaders couldn't resist at all. It was already very difficult for them to fight until now. However, these were only 3 primordial kings. Who knew how many powerhouses were buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, there were definitely existences more terrifying than the primordial kings. If such a powerhouse came out, all of their sacred leaders and sect masters would be finished. Even the people of the remote antiquity families were no exception. Sure enough, after another 10 days, an extremely terrifying sage Aura suddenly emerged from the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless laws danced in the sky, turning into dragons. It's over. A true sage has revived. The expressions of the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others completely changed. Although the previous 3 primordial kings were extremely terrifying, they didn't use any laws at all. They knew that these primordial kings weren't sages, but extremely terrifying invincible kings. Chapter 2776. Needless to say, a saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to awaken. Then, they were definitely in danger. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The young disciples screamed, and the saints' faces turned pale. Even the sacred leaders and sect masters had died, let alone them. They were only at the periphery of the battle, and had not been affected. If the ancient creatures noticed them, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He asked, Ruffian Dragon, "Is there any other way?" The dark red dragon shook its head. "No. Unless we can break into the nest of 10,000 dragons and spread the news so that the saints outside can take action. But we can't do that at all. Not to mention us. Even those sacred leaders and sect masters can't send the news out even with such powerful artifacts. I'm afraid we're really done for this time. But don't worry, kid. I can save your life no matter what. The dark red dragons, eyes lit up as it said this. No matter what, I'm still a dragon. You have the great dragon sword soul. The two of us can use our dragon blood and dragon might to communicate with them. We can probably survive. As for the others, they're probably going to die here. What? They're all going to die here? Lin Xian was shocked. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others behind him were even more stunned. Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the other great sex people were also pale, without a trace of blood. No way. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. Although not all of the sacred leaders and sect masters had come this time, at least half of them had come. If these people were to fall here, it would truly be a shocking event. Other than during the ancient times of war, there had never been a time like this where half of the sacred leaders and sect masters had died. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons is so terrifying? It hasn't even appeared, but it can already kill so many powerhouses? If it really came to the outside world, what kind of storm would it cause? I was too careless this time. The dark red dragon's expression was also ugly. They originally thought that this was the burial ground of dragons. Even if it was dangerous, they were already dead. So what if he was strong? However, to their surprise, those dragons were not dead at all. Instead, they were merely sleeping. Now, they were resurrected one by one. How were they supposed to fight? Even if a saint were to come, it would not be enough. No, I can't do this. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Xian shook his head. He had to think of a way to spread the news. It was too dangerous. Although the dark red divine dragon said that they might survive, it was only a possibility. The two of them weren't from the nest of 10,000 dragons at all, especially him. He was just a human, and he had endless secrets. How could these powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons let him off? Moreover, there was also the safety of Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way. What could he do? The dark red dragon shook its head. There's nothing we can do about it. None of our trump cards will work. Even our holy weapons won't work, let alone anything else. That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Don't forget what I have. Are you saying that you want to use that thing? Impossible. Although that thing is powerful, your current strength is too weak. Moreover, this thing needs strength to revive. If you were a saint, it might be possible. But now it's impossible. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. He naturally knew what Lin Xian was talking about. What Lin Xian was talking about was naturally the great dragon sword soul in his body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique with terrifying attack power. However, it had already lost too much power. Although Lin Xian had revived so much, it was still not enough. It was impossible to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. What if it's not my own power? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. There were so many Dao of dragon auras here, and so many powerhouses working together to stimulate the great dragon sword soul. They could definitely break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. As long as the nest of 10,000 dragons was broken, the people outside would definitely sense the information here. At that time, we would be saved. Otherwise, we would all die here. Kid, think about it carefully. If you do this, you will undoubtedly expose your secret. The dark red divine dragon stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's nothing, not for anything else but for ourselves, for Qingcheng, for Qiu, so be it. All right, I can only give it a try." Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left the black earth. They appeared outside again. Seeing Lin Xian come out, Yi Wudao, Wuchen, the Alcade Saint, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? What was Lin Xian going to do? Just as they were about to ask, they saw Lin Xian walking forward. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, resisting the terrifying air waves. At the same time, he gathered his strength and let out a loud voice. "Everyone, help me. I have a way to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons." His voice was like thunder, spreading clearly in all directions. What? Nearby, Yi Wudao Wuchen, the Alcade Saint, the Prince of Great Xia, and the other saints were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe what Lin Xian said. The Alcade Saint's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. What kind of joke was this? So many saint lords and sect masters couldn't do anything. How could you? However, Lin Xian ignored him and transmitted his voice again. In front, the saint lords and sect masters who were fighting with the archaic king also heard this voice. They also frowned, and their faces were solemn. What was this Lin Xian doing? Although the other party was the master of a mortal palace, at this juncture, the other party was too weak. Did he want to show off? He was too inexperienced. Li Xuanxian, the great protector, and the other powerhouses of a mortal palace changed their expressions. Could it be that the palace master had a way? I don't know. The great protector shook his head, but with my understanding of the palace master, he wouldn't say anything. The palace master wouldn't speak out of thin air. Although everything he did was unimaginable, it was all successful in the end. Hearing this, Li Xuanxian was surprised. He nodded. All right, then I'll believe in the palace master. All powerhouses of a mortal palace, follow me back and assist the palace master. With an order, all of Immortal Palace's powerhouses flew back and began to leave the battle. They gathered towards Lin Xian. Damn it, were the people of Immortal Palace trying to escape? When the other Holy Land sects saw this scene, they were all furious. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Emperor of Great Xia, and the others looked at each other, their eyes flickering. What should they do? Palace Masterling was a mysterious person. Perhaps he really had a way. The Queen Mother said, in a deep voice, "Indeed, young geniuses have endless secrets on them. Even I can't see through them. Perhaps he really has a way." These saint lords quickly transmitted their voices. At the same time, they also retreated frantically. Chapter 2777. What? Seeing the scene, the other sacred leaders and sect masters were all stunned. The supreme elders were also at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that the Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others really had to believe that Lin Xian? He was just a brat. Even if he was conferred the title of Middle Emperor, he was only of the younger generation. In such a war, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single energy shockwave. What was there to talk about? Not to mention breaking into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, these sacred leaders and sect masters didn't believe it at all. Behind them, the saints and geniuses were also discussing. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that Li Xuanxian had arrived with the people from the Immortal Palace. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others also gathered here. As long as the sacred leaders believed in him, it would be fine. He believed that these people would definitely do their best to help him in the end. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the other powerhouses descended and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, Li Xuanxian asked, "Hall Master, what can we do?" "Elderly, Chief Guardian, I'm going to take out my trump card. You must protect me well." Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Hearing this, the eyes of Li Xuanxian, the Chief Guardian, and the others lit up. As expected, their Hall Master still had a trump card. Li Xuanxian said, "Don't worry, Hall Master. With us here, we definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Hopefully." Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that he might be fine now, but what about in the future? After he went out, he would probably be in danger. After all, he was using the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was doing it in front of so many sacred leaders and living fossils. As long as one person discovered the great dragon sword soul, he would probably be targeted by countless powerhouses in the future. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. Putting aside whether he wanted the lives of those sacred leaders and sect masters, he was doing this to save himself. Therefore, he had to give it his all. He would talk about the future in the future. Moreover, he guessed that after the revival of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time, the continent wouldn't be too peaceful in the future. Winds and clouds would surge, and perhaps a world-shaking battle would break out. At that time, it was hard to say if the sacred leaders and sect masters would care about him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of his hands, the great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body. The great dragon sword soul transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him, exuding a mysterious aura. "What is this?" Li Xuanxian, Great Protector, and Immortal Palace's unmatched experts were all shocked. They fixed their eyes on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Leaf Daudenier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, the Alcade Sage Sun, and the others all felt their eyelids twitch. Their faces were also filled with shock as they watched. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on the great dragon sword spirit. What was that? This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had used the sword shadow. They discussed animatedly. They had seen the dragon-shaped sword shadow before, but it was their first time seeing it at such a close distance. The green dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the void. The dragon head and sword body were lifelike, and it carried a terrifying pressure. It was like a giant dragon. Especially Li Xuanxian and the others, they were extremely shocked. They felt as if this was a sleeping giant dragon that possessed endless energy. Once it fully erupted, it would kill them all. This sense of crisis was even more terrifying than when they faced the purple archaic king. What was that? They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he urged the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Roared, a loud dragon roar sounded, and the great dragon sword soul erupted, turning into a giant dragon shadow that rushed into the sky. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul crazily absorbed the surrounding dragon aura, and a terrifying power erupted, sweeping in all directions. What a terrifying aura! These people were terrified. This aura was too sharp, and it surprised Yi Wudao, the Alcade Sage, and the others. Even Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others frowned. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a peerless almighty, but he could actually threaten them. It was too shocking. How many levels did he have to jump to be able to do that? He was definitely a peerless genius, and he really had the bearing of a young great emperor. This scene also attracted the attention of the sacred leaders and sect masters. However, those sacred leaders and sect masters frowned. Lin Xian was indeed impressive, but with his current strength, how could he possibly break through the nest of 10,000 dragons? What a fool's dream! They sneered disdainfully, because this power couldn't compare to the sacred weapons in their hands. But even they couldn't break through the nest of 10,000 dragons with their sacred weapons. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others naturally knew this, so these invincible kings all looked at Lin Xian with doubt. Lin Xian said to them, "Everyone, attack and inject your power into the dragon sword soul." So that's how it works. Everyone was shocked, but Li Xuanxian and the others were extremely puzzled. They had used this method before, and that was to activate the sacred weapons in their hands together. For example, the clear sky seal in their hands was activated by a group of invincible kings. Could it be that the potential of the dragon sword soul was even more terrifying than a sacred weapon? They didn't know, but they still did, as they were told. These invincible kings all unleashed their power and infused it into the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Ruffian dragon, you should attack as well. At the same time, the dark red dragon, Shunjingqiu, Murongqingqing peacock, and the Immortal Palace's Jade Lake Zixia all attacked. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Brother Yi, the princes of the Grand Xia, attack together. If you want to live, attack with all your strength. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Hearing this, the Holy Sun's and Chosen's expressions turned ugly. However, they still decided to give it a try. Because Yi Wudao and the others had already attacked, the remaining people also attacked. All of a sudden, these young disciples released their own power and poured it into the great dragon sword soul. With so many people's power, the dragon sword soul became even more powerful. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The primordial creatures and the 3 primordial kings all frowned. They didn't attack again, but looked behind them in shock. What is that? Dragon! The primordial creatures cried out in alarm. They were all speaking in the primordial language. Although the sacred leaders and sect leaders couldn't understand it, they could still deduce it based on the fluctuations of their souls. The eyes of the 3 Archean kings flickered as they stared at the sword shadow in the distance with piercing cold light bursting from their eyes. They roared and wanted to charge over. Stop them! The Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others roared. They quickly attacked and stopped the 3 primordial kings. Chapter 2778. What exactly is that kid's weapon? The other sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders were also extremely shocked to be able to make a primordial king so irritable and uneasy. The weapon in the other party's hand must be very terrifying. Could it be even more terrifying than a sage's weapon? These people did not know. However, they still sent out waves of energy and poured it into the sword. The dragon sword soul's power also suddenly erupted when it received the energy. After all, it was originally an offensive saint technique, but it required a huge amount of energy. Now that it had so much energy to provide, its power also increased exponentially. Soon, it reached the level of a sacred weapon. Waves of sharp sword chi made everyone tremble. The power of the sword shadow was actually not weaker than a sacred weapon. What exactly is it? Could it be a sacred weapon too? These people were extremely shocked. No, why do I feel that it has surpassed a sacred weapon? Heavens, what exactly is this? As more and more sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders poured their energy into the dragon sword soul, the dragon sword soul became even more dazzling. The great dragon sword soul emitted an even brighter light. At this moment, it was truly like a peerless divine sword. It could destroy everything. The bodies of those primordial creatures trembled, and they could not help but want to kneel down. This was because the peerless sword shadow in front of them, in addition to its terrifying aura, also emitted an extremely heavy dragon's might. This dragon's might made the 3 primordial kings' expressions change. Their bodies bloomed with light as they tried their best to resist. Buzz Lin Xian controlled the dragon sword soul and slashed out. Between heaven and earth, a sword light slashed forward. With a bang, a primordial king was sent flying. Bang! The primordial king was split in half, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. Heavens! This scene made everyone exclaim. The sacred leaders and sect masters also felt their scalps go numb in shock. They had fought for so long, but they had not seriously injured a primordial king. The other party only swung a sword shadow and directly split a primordial king's body in half. This method was heaven-defying. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Is this kid still human? Why do I feel that his trump card is more powerful than ours? Damn it, is he really just a young man? These people are crazy. Which one of these patriarchs had not lived for countless years and experienced countless battles? What kind of genius had they not seen before? However, at that moment, they looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. Could it be that this kid really had the disposition of a great emperor? Perhaps even a young great emperor was only at this level. What exactly was this dragon shadow? These people discussed animatedly. Of course, they didn't forget to continue pouring in energy. That was because they could tell that the great dragon sword's soul required an enormous amount of energy. Ah, roar! These sacred leaders and sect masters had underestimated the great dragon sword's soul. The archaic creature in front of him roared crazily. Its body fell down without healing. The other two Archean kings also roared, shaking the clouds in the sky. One of their companions, an archaic king, was killed by a single sword strike. Even his soul had been shattered. There was no way he could be revived. The astonishment caused by this scene was no less than the uproar caused by the death of sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning. These ancient life forms had all gone mad. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Not to mention these archaic kings and ancient life forms, even the sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders on the human side were stunned. Their minds were a little blank. At their level, especially the archaic kings, even if their bodies were shattered, even if there was only a drop of blood, they could probably be reborn. Unless their souls were directly destroyed, they couldn't be revived. Just like sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning from before, his soul was directly destroyed by the archaic Wang family. It was the same for the other sacred rulers. Now, could it be that the soul of this archaic king in front of them was also killed by a single sword strike? Heavens, what kind of sword chi was this? So terrifying? Everyone was terrified. Now, they knew why Lin Xian said that there was a way to break the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they went crazy and desperately poured in their energy to push this dragon shadow with all their might, they might really be able to break the nest of 10,000 dragons. Thinking of this, these sacred leaders and sect masters were extremely excited. The elders of the sacred grounds were even more excited, as if they had been injected with stimulants. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were even more surprised. This young man had too many secrets on him, especially the patriarchs of the Yi and Gu families, as well as the supreme elders. Their eyes flickered. Why did it feel like this thing was the same as the legendary thing? No way. Are you talking about that thing? How many tens of thousands of years has it not appeared? How could he have it? That might not be the case. The nest of 10,000 dragons had not appeared for many years, but didn't it revive now? It wasn't impossible for this kid to have that thing. These sacred leaders and supreme elders discussed animatedly, with a strange light in their eyes. Even Li Xuanxian and the Great Guardian had a thought in their hearts. They thought of a legendary thing, but they weren't too sure. And now, they didn't have time to think too much, because the archaic creatures in front of them had erupted again. The two archaic kings activated their sacred weapons crazily and charged over, wanting to intercept Lin Xian and the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his body shone brightly. He was like a peerless martial god as he waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The two swords slashed out, sending the two archaic kings flying. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the ancient creatures in the surroundings would explode and turn into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Nothing could stop his sword. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? How terrifying! Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He knew that as long as he continued to cultivate, his strength would increase, and one day he wouldn't need the power of these sacred leaders and sect masters. He would be able to erupt with such power alone. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited and eager to increase his cultivation strength. In the next moment, a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he raised his head to look at the endless void. In the sky, countless dragon-shaped auras rolled, turning into rolling thunderclouds that covered the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and slashed upwards. With a slash of the sword, the heavens and the earth split. It collided with the peerless formation in the sky, forming a world-destroying light. Rumble! The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The earth shook, and the endless dragon veins in the surroundings collapsed. This attack could be said to be terrifying. However, Lin Xian frowned. It blocked. The peerless formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons actually blocked the attack of the great dragon sword soul. Heavens, this was too unbelievable. Damn it, what kind of formation did the nest of 10,000 dragons set up? It was actually so terrifying. The sacred leaders and elders all screamed because they discovered that the power of the great dragon sword soul had actually surpassed that of a sacred weapon and could easily kill an archaic king. But even so, they couldn't break the formation here. This really shocked them. No wonder they couldn't open it with the sacred weapons in their hands. Chapter 2779. Not enough. The power is still not enough. I have to quickly input more. Don't hold anything back. Lin Xian shouted once more. He knew that these sacred leaders and sect masters weren't pouring in 100% of their power. That was indeed the case. These sacred masters and sect masters were all holding back. Lin Xian floated in the air. Even though he was young, he was like an unparalleled king that circled the area. Everyone, could it be that you really want to die here? If he opened the nest of 10,000 dragons, everyone would have a way out. Otherwise, they would all be buried together. This time, he didn't hold back. Even when facing these sacred leaders and sect masters, his voice was still cold. Hearing those words, the expressions of the sacred leaders and sect masters turned gloomy. When had they ever been lectured by a member of the younger generation in such a manner? However, what he said was indeed the truth. The Yi clan's clan master took a deep breath. Shi Wangwu nodded. The others did the same. Then, let's go all out. Boom, boom. Light blossomed from the bodies of these sacred leaders and sect masters as they erupted with power once again. However, at this moment, a hole appeared in the distant sky, and dozens of divine lights flew over, directly killing some of the elders. Not good. They're attacking. Damn it, quickly input energy. The faces of the sacred lords changed. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They madly poured their energy into the dragon shadow. This was because they realized that the saint's aura in the distance was getting stronger and stronger. Clearly, the far ancient royal saint was about to awaken. If he really did awaken, even if they had the dragon-shaped sword shadow, it would be difficult for them to resist. After all, a true saint was an existence that transcended the heavens and earth. Boom, boom. The sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were pouring energy into Yangqi like crazy. The great dragon sword spirit erupted once again. This time, its power rose rapidly. Lin Xian found it difficult to swing it, but he still roared and swung it with all his might. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the great dragon sword. With a swing of his sword, all the god sequence chains in the sky were sent flying. At the same time, he slashed at the peerless political law in the sky again. Today's shocking collision was accompanied by world-destroying divine light. This time, even the exceptional formation began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on it. Streaks of light burst forth one after another. This was great. The exceptional formation was broken. One more strike, and he would be able to break through. The sacred leaders and sect masters cried out crazily. The young disciples also cried out in alarm. This is great. As long as they could break it open, the experts outside would be able to come in. Then they would be able to leave alive. Many people were moved to tears. In the distance, an even more terrifying creature appeared, erupting like a volcano. The entire sky trembled as it was enveloped by a fiery red light. Not good. That saint has probably already walked out of the frozen divine crystal. One of the Yaowang's sacred land's supreme elders' expression changed. But the expressions of these holy lords and grand elders changed drastically. This was because a figure had appeared in the void above. It was an indifferent person. This person had dragon scales on his body, and divine chains of laws surrounded him. He was like an immortal king, looking down on the common people. That aura caused everyone to tremble. The young disciples immediately knelt on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Even the elders were trembling in fear. Not good. Those sacred lords activated their sacred weapons with all their might to resist this pressure. A sage. He was a sage. A saint was looking down at them. Was he really going to die here today? Damn it, he was so close. He was so close to being able to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people's faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale without a trace of blood. A saint. This was a true saint. Even if he was staring at them, these people felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Their entire bodies tensed up, and they couldn't move at all. So what if he was a saint? Kill. Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his sword and quickly charged over. The great dragon sword soul roared. It drew a terrifying dragon in the sky and slashed forward. When the saint in the sky saw this scene, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm that blotted out the sky grabbed forward, as if it wanted to capture the great dragon sword soul. With a swoosh, it grabbed the great dragon sword soul. Like an immortal rope, it directly enveloped the great dragon sword soul. Great, he caught it. The primordial creatures cheered wildly. The primordial kings also sneered. They actually dared to fight against their saint. They really didn't know what was good for them. It's over. Have they been subdued? On the side of the human race, the faces of the saint lords and elders turned pale. Their faces were filled with despair. Some even wanted to risk their lives and use their saint weapons again. But at this moment, there was a change in front. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The terrifying palm suddenly collapsed. A dragon's roar sounded, and a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. It was slashed open. The great dragon sword soul was incomparably powerful. It slashed open the saint's palm. The huge palm in the sky turned into dragon energy and dissipated into thin air. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The Taiga kings were stunned. The human saint lords and sect masters were also in disbelief. This sword soul was too terrifying. Although it had gathered the power of all of them, it was still able to contend against the saints' nomological laws. It was really surprising. I'll definitely be able to break through the 10,000 dragon suppression, Lin Xian roared. The saint lords and sect masters crazily poured their power into the sword soul. The sword soul continued to erupt, turning into countless dragon shadows that soared into the sky. With a boom, this time, he directly smashed into the Peerless Array formation and broke it. Endless mountains rose and rolled in the Qinling Mountains. Many people in the surroundings gathered here. They knew that this was the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people continued to rush over. Of course, there were also cultivators from the great sects guarding this place to prevent anyone from destroying it. Suddenly, the entire Qinling Mountains trembled violently. The dragon veins within 1,000,000 miles rumbled. The endless mountains split open, the trees collapsed, and a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. Chapter 2780. However, at this moment, the void split open and a fist blasted over. It also carried the laws and the divine chains of order as it collided with the saint's palm. Boom, boom, boom. The divine chains of order danced in the sky as a terrifying saint's might surged. Everyone was sent flying. It was a saint. A saint had made a move. Great! Our saint has arrived. On the side of the human race, these sacred leaders and sect masters were ecstatic. Sure enough, an old figure appeared in the sky again. This was the supreme saint of the great Xia dynasty. After he appeared, he immediately blocked the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, his other palm waved, enveloping Lin Xian and all the surrounding human warriors, and sending them out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It's too dangerous here. You guys go out first. The old voice sounded. Indeed, in a battle between saints, any random law would be able to kill them. It was indeed not suitable for them to watch the battle here. The world spun. Lin Xian and the others were wrapped by the palm and instantly arrived high in the sky. They finally came out, looking at the nest of 10,000 dragons below. They felt as if a lifetime had passed. They didn't expect that the exploration of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time would be so dangerous. These sacred leaders and sect masters almost all died inside. Thinking about it, they were really scared. Many people screamed crazily, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Then their expressions changed drastically. Retreat, retreat, quickly. These people retreated crazily. This was because another aura came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. A power that belonged to a saint swept through the surroundings. Needless to say, the two saints inside were fighting. Human saints, do you really think that you can contend against our nest of 10,000 dragons? An angry roar sounded. Then, the three saints' might in the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons had awakened again. The expressions of the powerhouses of the great Xia dynasty changed. Those elders were even more shocked. 2 against 1. Their elders were in danger. Don't worry, our saints are coming soon. The people of the Yi and Gu families said one after another. Sure enough, the void split open and figures appeared one after another, quickly entering the nest of 10,000 dragons below. At this moment, heaven and earth were in an uproar. Everyone sensed a dense saint's might coming from underground. Oh, heavens, the birth of a saint. Is there going to be a big change? Something must have happened to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many saints. The empires and sacred grounds in Zhongzhou were all talking about it. Their sect master and sacred master had brought people to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Something must have really happened. Not only the middle ground state, but the sacred grounds and sects of the other 4 continents also activated supreme spell formations. Either they were teleported over, or they were watching from afar using their immense magic power. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the quintessential world were focused on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ancestor, there's still an immortal divine herb in there. Many sacred leaders and sect masters quickly transmitted messages to the sages of their sacred grounds. If they could bring back the immortal god medicine, then they would really be rich. Several figures descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons. There was also an even more terrifying aura awakening inside, making it so that no one could stay within a radius of 10 million miles. These warriors quickly rose into the air and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the others used the teleportation platform to teleport away. Did the old palace master not come? Li Xuanxian and the others retreated to a safe distance and frowned. What was going on? They had sent out several messages, so the old palace master should have known. But Why hadn't he appeared yet? Forget it, we don't have to care about such things. Thinking about the Yuhua immortal robe last time. Indeed, many people fought over the Yuhua immortal robe last time. In the end, Xia, Gio made a move at the critical moment and directly snatched it away. Perhaps the other party planned to do the same this time. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others all settled down and waited carefully. In front of them, sage might filled the air, and laws danced in the air. It was a scene of destruction. One could imagine that a shocking battle had definitely happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Half a day later, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Countless voids shattered. Even thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the others felt their blood boil. Many of them directly vomited blood. Damn it, what kind of roar was this? An even more terrifying existence had revived. They retreated in horror. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the sages of the human race turned into streams of light and flashed out. They tore through the void and quickly left. There was even sage blood floating in the sky. A drop of sage blood crushed the heavens, turning into a monstrous sea of blood that enveloped a radius of millions of miles. Let's go! The sage of the Great Xia dynasty instantly appeared near the disciples of the Great Xia dynasty. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the people of the Great Xia dynasty. Apart from him, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, and the other sages who came all took their disciples away. When the others saw this scene, they were even more terrified. What happened? Why did these sages retreat? Why was there still sage blood floating in the sky? What kind of existence had revived? They didn't dare to imagine. However, they weren't stupid. They quickly tore through the void and opened a Dao gate to teleport. Let's go too. Li Xuanxian opened the scroll. The power of space wrapped Lin Xian and the others, and they disappeared into the void. Soon, they returned to the immortal palace. All the holy lands and sects had retreated. After returning, they all inquired about the news. Elder, what exactly is going on? The Yi family patriarch Yi Wudao and the others stood there and asked. An old man stood in front of them. He was naturally the sage of the Yi family. His expression was incomparably solemn. Something big had happened. Recently, he warned the disciples of the family not to go out recklessly. Gather all the resources we have outside and bring them all to the family. The family will enter a state of alert and ensure that there are enough resources to activate the extreme Dao weapon, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, at any time. What? Hearing this, the Yi family patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Wudao and the other elders and disciples of the Yi family were all stunned. Activate the Celestial Emperor Cauldron at any time? That was an extreme Dao weapon. What exactly happened? It actually made a sage say such serious words. It wasn't just the Yi family. The Gu family, the Grand Xia dynasty, the Myriad Buddha Temple, and the other sages all warned their disciples and descendants without exception. At the same time, they asked their Holy Land families to be on high alert and activate the Peerless Formation, gather resources, and prepare to activate the Extreme Dao weapon at any time. The Yi family, the Gu family patriarch, the emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty, and the other sect masters frantically asked what had happened. Those sages shook their heads and sighed. Chaos was coming. The ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons might fully revive. Especially the dragons, they would definitely be the first to revive. At that time, it might be a scene of ancient times fighting for supremacy. The dragons and the ancient royal family would all revive. The sect masters were shocked. The disciples of the various Holy Land sects also went crazy. These were all legendary existences. Could it be that, at this moment, they were really going to rule the world again? They had only read about the 10,000 feet race in ancient books, But after experiencing what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they knew that these ancient races were definitely terrifying. They couldn't be underestimated. If they came out together, the world would be in chaos. Could it be that we really poked a hole in the sky? The Yi family patriarch's expression was ugly. The Queen Mother's expression was solemn. At this moment, all the sect masters and sect masters were filled with regret. Chapter 2781. When Lin Xian heard this news, he was also stunned. The 10,000 ancient races were about to fully revive. Perhaps the entire world would enter the ancient era's struggle for supremacy. This scene left him dazed. Immortal Palace, Li Xuanhuan, the chief protector, and the other elders and experts were also silent. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a cold breath. Damn. How could this be? Could it be that those things in the nest of 10,000 dragons were really going to fully revive? He was a dragon himself, so he naturally knew how shocking and threatening the revival of those other dragons would be. Moreover, this time, it seemed that not only the dragons but the other ancient royal races were also going to revive. This was going to pierce through the heavens. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he was overjoyed because he received the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Before entering the nest of 10,000 dragons, he believed that this would be a heaven-defying journey. He would obtain heaven-defying treasures. But who would have thought that such a change would happen? This time, it was probably not just his own matter, but the entire world. Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others hurriedly looked for the old palace master, Xia Zhuyo. However, Xia Zhuyo didn't seem to be around. However, he did leave behind a scroll which contained some instructions. Li Xuanxian and the others were shocked after reading it. Lin Xian took the scroll with a solemn expression. Soon, he gathered the experts of Immortal Palace and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, Immortal Palace will enter a state of war alert. Gather all the resources we can use and ensure that all the formations are unimpeded and can be activated at any time. At the same time, summon our disciples outside." Lin Xian did the same as the other great sects of the Holy Lands. They knew that the true danger was about to arrive. Those factions and families that did not enter the nest of 10,000 dragons were extremely surprised. They all asked what exactly happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They inquired from many sides. When they learned that countless disciples had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and even the elders and holy lords had fallen one after another, these people were stunned. What? Even the holy lords had fallen? Heavens, what exactly happened? These people were extremely shocked. The leader of the Sacred Master sect was such a terrifying existence, but he had actually fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. More than one of them. According to the statistics, a total of 9 sacred leaders and sect leaders had died, and more than 50 elders had died. It could be said that all the sacred grounds and sects had suffered heavy losses. This news shocked the entire world. So many terrifying powerhouses had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was truly shocking. However, what shocked and frightened them even more was yet to come. At least 6 sages had descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons and fought with the supreme existences within. In the end, they had fled in panic. Furthermore, many sacred grounds and sects had already begun to seal their mountains. This scene terrified all the martial artists in the world. Saints were godlike existences. They had transcended the heavens and earth and could use the power of the laws of nature. Such terrifying existences, a total of 6 of them, were actually scared away by the things in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What exactly was in the nest of 10,000 dragons? It was even rumored that a saint had been injured. and his saint blood had dyed the sky red. In the end, news spread from the clan of the ancients. The world was shocked. The 10,000 archaic clans were reviving. These words were like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making them unable to breathe. These powerful families in the world were extremely shocked. They knew what these words meant. For a moment, these people's faces were filled with despair. Although the other martial artists didn't quite understand, they knew after asking around a little. The existences in the nest of 10,000 dragons had all existed for countless years. In fact, they might even be from an era even older than the ancient times. These were all powerful races that were extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were about to revive in their world and compete with the human race. This was definitely a disaster. No wonder those sacred grounds and sects wanted to seal their mountains. Following this, the people would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. The world wailed, and everyone was in despair. Just as everyone in the true spirit world was in a state of panic, the atmosphere in the nest of 10,000 dragons was incomparably solemn. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged as fiend-godlike figures stood there. Ever since the 6 great sage people had left, the powerhouses inside had all broken out of the ground from the divine crystals. These were all primordial creatures of all shapes and sizes. Some were in human form, while others were in the form of demonic beasts. They all emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the few primordial kings from before stood very respectfully. In front of them, there were a few figures surrounded by laws. They were the saints of their primordial royal families. In front of these saints, there was a piece of divine crystal that was about 2 meters tall. Sealed within the divine crystal was an old man. He was extremely old. The pair of dragon horns on his head were about to fall off. This old man wasn't completely sealed within the divine crystal. Half of his right arm stretched out from the divine crystal. The aura he emitted was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Even the few saints in front of him were extremely respectful towards the old man. The terrifying old man had his back to everyone. His gaze was fixed on the golden egg, on the 5-colored altar in front of him. This golden egg was even more resplendent at this moment. The Tao patterns on it were like swimming dragons that began to swim. Suddenly, it absorbed all the surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragon. The aura of the Tao of Dragon turned into giant dragons that all entered the golden dragon egg. This process lasted for 49 days. Finally, the golden dragon egg cracked open from the middle with a crack. Throughout the entire process, all the primordial creatures, primordial kings, saints, and terrifying old men in the nest of 10,000 dragons waited with rapt attention. For 49 days, no one moved, no one said a word. When they saw the golden dragon egg in front of them crack open, their eyes erupted with excitement. One by one, they stretched their heads out and looked forward. They were both expectant and nervous. The golden dragon egg cracked open, and a golden claw stretched out from inside. Following that, a golden figure appeared. It was a dragon, a golden dragon. Although it wasn't big, its body emitted a monstrous dragon's might. It roared towards the sky, and its tender voice rolled out. Buzz, the terrifying old man, and a few saints took the lead and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Dragon Prince! Greetings, Dragon Prince!" The primordial kings and primordial creatures behind them all knelt on the ground. At this moment, countless people were extremely respectful. Even those saints had faces full of piety because this was the Dragon Prince, the descendant left behind by their Lord Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was the supreme existence among dragons. He had reached the peak and ruled over all races. That ancient era was truly incomparably terrifying. His status was equivalent to that of a great emperor on the human side. And this dragon prince was the son of the dragon emperor, which was equivalent to the son of a great emperor. One could imagine how precious his identity was. No wonder these saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons had to kneel down. Chapter 2782. Roar. The little golden dragon looked at the people kneeling on the ground and let out a series of roars. Then he began to devour the golden eggshell and crazily absorb the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. His body was rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz in front of him, the terrifying old man with half of his body sealed waved his palm and shot out streams of laws. They danced in the sky, forming a super array formation. The surrounding Tao of dragon aura quickly gathered and completely enveloped the little golden dragon. Then he stood up, and the few saints beside him also stood up. As for the remaining primordial kings and primordial creatures, they were still kneeling on the ground. The old man with half of his body sealed was surrounded by light, illuminating a corner of the sky. If someone was here, they would definitely scream, because in the surrounding caves and walls, there were still nerves floating. Some of them were extremely huge, and the sealed old man was extremely old. Those old men's eyes were tightly shut, and they were still in a deep sleep. Obviously, these were all extremely terrifying supreme existences. Not all of them had awakened. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too big. Countless powerhouses were sleeping, and it was impossible for them all to awaken. Perhaps they would awaken bit by bit, or perhaps these super powerhouses would be preserved as a foundation. Only when the nest of 10,000 dragons or the dragon prince were in danger would these super powerhouses be revived. After all, these terrifying powerhouses were already very old and had reached the verge of their lifespans drying up. Once they were revived, it would be very difficult for them to be sealed by the divine crystals again. Therefore, their revival was especially important. They had to grasp the opportunity well. The old man with half of his body sealed looked around disdainfully. He said in a low voice, "From today onwards, the 10,000 dragons court will revive. We will appear on the ground again and rule the world. We will rule the world." Those humans were completely ants. They had been taken advantage of for so many years. It was time for them to scram to the side. A cold voice sounded. The primordial creatures roared crazily. They raised their arms and shouted loudly. Waves of killing intent spread out. Then the old man with half of his body sealed changed the topic. We were revived in this era. There are other reasons. We have deduced that this might be the golden age that Lord Dragon Emperor mentioned. The crisis has passed. This time, the immortal gate might open. This is the only hope of becoming an immortal and entering the immortal world. We will use the power of the entire clan to make the Dragon Prince the new Dragon Emperor and help him successfully enter the immortal sect. He would become the one and only immortal in the world. The words of the dragons echoed in the surroundings like thunder. Immortal ascension. The goal of the ancestral patriarch was to help the Dragon Prince become an immortal. If the other martial artists of the human race knew about this, they would definitely be stunned. This idea was simply too heaven-defying. After all, everyone's goal in the true spirit world was to become a great Lo. The great emperor, on the other hand, had only just begun to consider the problem of becoming an immortal. Now that the patriarch had such thoughts, he had to admit that the dragons were truly terrifying. Don't worry, patriarch. We will do our best to help the crown prince ascend the immortal gate. Behind him, the saints, Archean kings, and countless ancient creatures called out respectfully, "Primordium, ancient mine." This was also a forbidden area of the human race. All of the human race's crystals had been transported here from the primeval ancient mine and its surroundings. From there, all kinds of seeker spirit masters cut out heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There were even ancient medicines, but no one dared to go deep. This was because more than one sect master had gone in, but in the end, they didn't even cause a ripple and never came out again. This was a place that even saints would take a deeter when they saw it. At this moment, in the depths of the primeval ancient mine, there were actually huge divine realms floating. Inside those deity crystals, there were also figures sealed in ice. It was actually the nest of an archaic dynasty. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons have already awakened. It's time for us to appear. Good. Let our descendants. Let us reign supreme again. Those old figures let out cold voices. Around them, there were even more ancient creatures. At this moment, they were also awakening one by one. Death Demon Abyss, one of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. This was an invincible abyss. It was incomparably dark, and no one knew where it connected to. A peerless expert had once deduced that this place seemed to be connected to the real hell. Therefore, this was also a forbidden area. Ordinary humans didn't dare to come here. Even saints didn't dare to rashly enter. At this moment, a few ancient creatures actually crawled out of the Death Demon Abyss. They had blue skin, long fangs, and terrifying scales. Roar. As soon as they crawled out, they roared at the sky, their voices shattering the 9 heavens. Behind them, more and more ancient beasts ran out. Some of them were covered in blood, as if they had really crawled out of hell. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of millions of miles, because no one dared to be here. Otherwise, they would definitely faint from fright. Void Sea, located in the extreme north of the northern plains. No one could fight their way here. Moreover, no one dared to come here, because this was also one of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Oblivion, countless chi of oblivion rumbled as one after another ancient beasts charged out from it. The first few were extremely terrifying. Apart from these forbidden areas, there were also ancient creatures in other places. Clearly, the 10,000 ancient races that had been hibernating in the true spirit world had awakened one after another. No one knew if it was because of the awakening of the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, or if it was because of some other reason. But without exception, these ancient creatures had really come to life. They would definitely rule the world. Sure enough, although some places were forbidden areas and ordinary humans didn't dare to enter, but more and more ancient creatures were awakening, and the commotion and impact were too great. Finally, someone saw ancient creatures jumping in the mountains with their own eyes. This news spread throughout the 5 continents of the true spirit world. For a moment, the world was in an uproar again. The great sects of the sacred lands and the ancient families were also shocked. What was going on? Why were there ancient creatures in other places apart from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, they were all revived. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races. It's the 10,000 ancient races. A living fossil screamed miserably. Was the era of the ancient era of hegemony really going to reappear? That was an era that only existed in legends, an era that had experienced countless years, and no one had any impression of it. However, the records in those ancient books shocked them greatly. The 10,000 ancient races. Each race was extremely powerful and terrifying. Back then, the human race was considered a relatively weak race among the 10,000 ancient races. Later, a few great emperors appeared one after another, turning the tide and allowing the human race to reach the peak. But now, the great emperor of the human race had already vanished into thin air, and a new great emperor had not been born. In fact, It had been tens of thousands of years. There was no new great emperor. Chapter 2783. Lin Xian also received the news. Everyone in the immortal palace was dumbfounded. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. It's over. Kid, the era of the ancient era's hegemony is really coming. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Although he had never seen the true 10,000 ancient races and the ancient era's hegemony, he could guess from the situation in the nest of 10,000 dragons that the situation was definitely serious. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others also had ugly expressions. They had been trying to contact the old palace master, but the old palace master hadn't returned yet. This made them even more anxious. What was going on? The old palace master had left? Could it be that he had gone to the nest of 10,000 dragons to snatch the immortal divine herb? They didn't know, and it seemed that there was no news of another battle in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What worried them even more was that if the old palace master went down and entered the nest of 10,000 dragons, he would be in danger, because there was more than one sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons. For a moment, they were worried for Xia Jiuyou. Lin Xian asked, "Ruffian dragon, how much do you know about the 10,000 ancient races?" To be honest, he only knew about the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the war race and the celestial race. It was said that back then, they were also terrifying existences among the 10,000 ancient races. They were even conferred the title of royal race. The 10,000 ancient races was just a general term that referred to all races and living beings. The human race was one of them. Among them, the powerful races were conferred the title of royal race. It was said that back then, the top 100 races of the 10,000 ancient races were all conferred the title of royal race. These royal races were powerful. And what was even more terrifying was that their bloodline talent was astonishing. Among the 100 immemorial royal families, there were 10 top immemorial royal families. They were above all the other races and were extremely terrifying. Of course, those races that had produced great emperors were conferred the title of royal race. Compared to the other royal races, they had even more terrifying bloodlines and inheritances. Moreover, these royal races also had a large number of followers. Some had even subdued many races. Even the royal races had to rely on them. It could be said that their strength was extremely terrifying. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons were one of the royal families. Back then, the dragon monarch was a figure who startled the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. But don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it will disappear in the passage of time. Therefore, I speculate that there are no great emperors or sovereigns among these ancient royal and sovereign clans. Lin Xian nodded. He now had a general understanding of the ancient royal family. However, Li Xuanxian and the head protector had ugly expressions on their faces. Even if there aren't any emperors or sovereigns among the primeval royal clans and sovereigns, so what? The human race doesn't have them either. Furthermore, these ancient royal families had been passed down from ancient times. Their foundations and bloodlines were simply too powerful, far surpassing the current era. If they really fought, it would be difficult for the human race to resist. Then I don't know. The dark red dragon shrugged. However, he said, don't be too pessimistic. The human race isn't as weak as you think. After all, after so many years of development, the human race controlled more than 70% of the true spirit world's territory. Moreover, there were many great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans among the human race. There were even a few extreme weapons left in the world. The foundations of those remote antiquity clans are definitely beyond your imagination. One had to know that there were many array formations outside their immortal palace. The other holy lands and great sects might not be able to find their exact location. However, an ancient creature actually came to find them. It was really unbelievable. Was this the strength of the 10,000 ancient races? It was really too terrifying. What was he doing here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very puzzled. Why would an ancient creature come to them for no reason? Could it be that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons came to take revenge? However, if they were really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they should have directly attacked. He was very puzzled. The elder quickly said, "I don't know." He said that he has something to see the palace master. He wants to see me? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. He didn't know what ancient creature it was. However, he still said, "All right, let him in." However, he had to be careful and see if it was just him. Were there other ancient creatures hiding behind him? If there were other ambushes, he would directly use the array formations to kill him. Lin Xian suspected that this might be the enemy's trap. Therefore, he gave a few instructions. Chapter 2784. The Immortal Palace Elder led a group of martial artists to the entrance of Immortal Palace. They used all kinds of secret techniques to investigate and found that there was only one figure in front of them. There were no other ambushes, which made them secretly heave a sigh of relief. The Immortal Palace Elder waved the small flag in his hand. The array formation on both sides rumbled and opened up a path. Buzz. He looked at the figure in front of him. "Follow me." The figure stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head to the sky and looked very arrogant. Seeing this scene, he nodded coldly. His figure swayed and directly entered the array formation. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others came to the starry hall. Lin Xian sat high on the hall master's seat. His expression was solemn as he waited silently. Not long after, the Immortal Palace Elder came in. "Hall master, someone is here." Before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared in the hall. This scene made everyone frown. How arrogant and rude. How dare he come to their immortal palace? Lin Xian also frowned. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him was a silver figure. This person had a tall appearance. He was more than twice the size of an ordinary human martial artist. Silver lightning flickered on his body. Not only that, his skin was silver, as if it was made of silver. What kind of race was this? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon at the side said, "Kid, he's from the Silver Lightning race." Although the Silver Lightning race was not an ancient royal race, they were still a very powerful race, especially the silver lightning on their bodies. It was said that they were born with it. It was very terrifying. It carried a powerful destructive aura. Silver Lightning race. Su Chen nodded silently. As expected, the person was like his name. The other party's body was covered in fine silver lightning that kept swimming. It carried a terrifying power. Even he was surprised by this power. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The ancient creature of the Silver Lightning race opened his mouth and said a string of words. However, Lin Xian frowned. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others at the side also had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they were simply unable to understand what the other party was saying. Damn it, what did this guy say? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that these ancient life forms didn't know how to speak? If you don't understand, use your soul to communicate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although their languages were different, whether it was the human race, the Silver Lightning race, or other ancient creatures, their souls were always connected. Therefore, soul communication could be said to be the simplest and most direct method. Even if there was a language barrier, it shouldn't be too big of an obstacle. Up ahead, the silver lightning race cultivator sneered. How could he not understand this? Your human race has really declined. You don't even know the primordial immortal language? His voice was filled with disdain. Courting death. How dare you? The surrounding elders were furious. The other party came to their immortal palace alone, yet dared to act so insolently, not placing them in his eyes at all. The expressions of the protector and the others also darkened as a terrifying aura surged from their bodies. However, that Silver Lightning Clan's expert was not afraid at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky with a look of supremacy, facing the terrifying pressure around him. He sneered. Silver lightning circled around his body, forming 3 silver lightning halos that enveloped his body. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop these elders. Just now, the dark red divine dragon had already explained to him that the other party was speaking the primordial immortal language, which was the common language of the 10,000 immemorial races. This language was regarded as the immortal language by the 10,000 immemorial races at that time. Rumor had it that an immortal had descended to the mortal world to teach them this language. It could be said to be incomparably sacred. However, later on, as the 10,000 immemorial races fell into a deep slumber, the human race developed their own language. Gradually, no one spoke the primordial immortal language anymore. Therefore, these people now didn't know the primordial immortal language at all. Of course, the dark red divine dragon was an exception. He knew the dragon language. The dragon language was also one of the primordial immortal languages, and it was the most noble one. Therefore, he naturally understood what the other party was saying. After learning this, Lin Xian said coldly, it was no longer the primordial immortal era, nor was it the time when the 10,000 immemorial races ruled the world. Now, the human race was prosperous and ruled the world. What we are speaking is naturally the human race's language. If you have something to say to me, just speak the human race's language. Lin Xian wouldn't speak the primordial immortal language in front of the other party. This was a matter of standpoint. Even if he understood, he wouldn't say it. The human race had really declined. Moreover, they had actually abandoned the immortals. All of you will be punished by destruction. The silver electric race powerhouse said coldly. This time, his words were all understood by the surrounding people. This was because the other party was speaking the same language as Lin Xian, and the others the human race's language. However, Lin Xian, Li Xuanxian, and the others' expressions were very ugly. The other party was still so arrogant. He didn't put them or even the entire human race in his eyes at all. If there was anything, just say it directly. Lin Xian wasn't willing to fight this kind of war of words with the other party. He was very curious now. What exactly was the other party here for? In front, the silver electric race powerhouse looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, you are the master of the immortal palace. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded coldly. The other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. However, he still waited patiently and prepared to listen to the end. The master of the immortal palace was actually a young brat. The silver electric race powerhouse sneered again. Listen carefully. The silver electric race has already recovered and is about to rule the world. Now, with the place where the silver electric race has recovered as the center, no human is allowed to take a single step within a radius of 5 million miles. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded in all directions and reverberated in the main hall. The pupils of Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others shrank. Chapter 2785. The Silver Lightning Race Powerhouse's expression darkened. When he heard this, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke coldly. Kid, you'd better think carefully. Do you want to go against the Silver Lightning Race? What are the consequences of going against us? Don't think that you're a sacred land or the master of a mortal palace. In front of the Silver Lightning Race, you're nothing. The 10,000 ancient races are about to revive and rule the world. The good days of the human race are about to come to an end. When the time comes, you'll all become prisoners. So today, I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm here to give you an order. If you dare to take a step within a radius of 500 miles, I'll destroy a mortal palace. Arrogant, too arrogant. An ancient creature dared to challenge the entire immortal palace? Who gave him the courage? Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others had gloomy expressions. They wanted nothing more than to slap the other party to death. But to be honest, they really didn't dare. The 10,000 ancient races were connected. Some of them had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, attacking one race was equivalent to attacking many other races. There were even some who were inextricably linked to the ancient royal clan. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they really didn't want to start a war with the 10,000 ancient races. However, the other party was too arrogant. These people were filled with killing intent. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very solemn. Countless cracks even appeared in the void. Damn. How dare you threaten us? Do you want to die? The dark red divine dragon jumped up and flew into the sky. He looked ahead coldly. Do you believe that I won't roast you and eat you? Who do you think you are? How dare a snake be so arrogant in front of me? The Silver Lightning Race Powerhouse sneered, but in the next moment he screamed and fear appeared in his eyes. That was because he felt an extremely powerful pressure and monstrous blood surging out from the other party's body. Dragons? You're a dragon. He was too shocked. There was nothing he could do. The dragons were the royal races of the 10,000 ancient races. Their status and identity were much higher than the Silver Lightning races. In front of the Dragon Pearl, the Silver Lightning Race Powerhouse didn't dare to be impudent at all. But soon he frowned. No, the dragons were all in the nest of 10,000 dragons and hadn't appeared yet. And even if they appeared, why would they be with humans? Damn it, who the hell are you? He was truly astonished. He didn't believe that the dignified, far ancient imperial dragons would walk together with humans. This was simply impossible. Is this emperor's matter something an ant-like you can inquire about? The dark red divine dragon floated above and looked down at the other party, its voice filled with disdain. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, this emperor will slap you to death. The Silver Electric Race's expert had an ugly expression on his face. However, the dragon might and dragon blood on Lin Fan's body were truly oppressing his soul. Therefore, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. He had to hurry back and find out what was going on. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had made a new move? In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, I've already delivered the message. I hope you will abide by it, and we can still live in peace. Otherwise," he didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Anyone who dared to provoke them would be declaring war on the Silver Lightning Race. This was not something a sacred ground or a major sect could bear. Even if a mortal palace was powerful, it still couldn't endure it. At this point, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. A shocking sword strike that made heaven and earth pale. In an instant, everyone felt as if their bodies were pierced through. This sword light was too piercingly cold. Although Lin Xian didn't obtain many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons, his great dragon sword soul had absorbed an endless amount of Dragon Dao aura. So, it was revived again. His strength had increased exponentially. At this moment, when he displayed it, it was truly shocking to the heavens and earth. Courting death, the Silver Electric Races expert was also furious. He urged the lightning beasts around him to quickly pounce forward. They collided with the sword light. Lightning burst out in the sky, wanting to destroy the sword light. However, under this sword, all things were destroyed. All of the lightning beasts were split apart by the sword. The cuts were flat, and they couldn't be revived at all. The lightning also quickly dimmed, and then disappeared into the void. Only waves of white smoke rose. Buzz. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. He wanted to fight with his life on the line. However, golden runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Buzz. His heavenly secret divine eyes were activated, and a terrifying soul attack rushed out. Ah! The other party's body trembled as he screamed crazily. He did not expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, he was careless and his soul power was severely injured. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes spun rapidly, forming mysterious patterns one after another. He directly controlled the other party. Kneel down. A cold voice sounded. The Silver Lightning Race expert's eyes were lifeless. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the elders of a mortal palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the others had solemn expressions. Although they had subdued the silversmith race expert, the situation was not optimistic. After all, the other party was backed by the Silver Lightning Race. They were an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian looked at the chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the other elders and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. Also, do you think that we can exchange for safety if we keep on giving in?" Hearing this, Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer's bodies stiffened, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. Lin Xian continued, "Chaos is coming, and the 10,000 ancient races are recovering. Only a powerful force can suppress everything. Otherwise, no matter how respectful and courteous you are, the other party will probably raise the butcher's knife in their hand and mercilessly chop you down. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid when facing the 10,000 ancient races. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, even if we have to risk our lives, we will bite off a piece of their flesh and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Before anyone dares to touch us, they should think about the consequences of doing so. This way, our immortal palace will be able to survive in this chaotic world. Otherwise, everyone will think that we are cowards and easy to bully. This way, there will be endless 10,000 ancient races coming to bully us. Are you willing to live such a life?" Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, the elders felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, they were too shocked by the information of the 10,000 ancient races and forgot about these things. Even if they gave in today, the Silver Lightning Race would not be nice to them. In the future, they would definitely be even more greedy and bully them. Therefore, whether they submitted or resisted, the result would be the same. The other party would have to fight sooner or later. If that was the case, why not resist? Perhaps they could even make them afraid and hurt them in advance. In the next moment, everyone looked at the Silver Lightning Race's experts kneeling in the hall. Lin Xian also looked at them and said coldly, "Get lost. Tell your people that I will only give you a range of 100,000 miles. You can be safe and sound in that range, but if you dare to run around outside, I will kill you without mercy. Get lost." With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the Silver Lightning Race's expert flying. At the same time, he removed the soul control. The Silver Lightning Race's expert vomited blood and flew out of the hall. His body also recovered. Thinking of what happened before, he was so angry that he vomited blood and went crazy. He roared at the sky. Lightning surged on his body, turning into a lightning dragon that roared in all directions. That damn brat. He was so angry that he went crazy. He was a dignified expert of the Silver Lightning Race. When had he ever knelt and kowtowed to a human? This was intolerable. They wanted to draw a 5 million-mile forbidden zone near the Yi clan, and no one was allowed to enter. Even the Yi clan couldn't approach. This was hard for the Yi clan experts to accept. Their Yi clan was a remote antiquity family, a descendant of the Emperor clan. In the true spirit world, especially the Eastern Wasteland, they were a true overlord. When the other great sects of the Holy Land saw them, they would have to lower their heads. Perhaps, apart from the other remote antiquity families and the great sects of the Holy Land that possessed extreme weapons, no one was their match. But now these ancient creatures had come out and demanded to divide the Yi clan's territory. They were truly reckless. However, the Yi clan head's expression was grave. This wasn't an ordinary ancient creature, but a powerhouse of the ancient royal race. The ancient royal race was an extremely terrifying existence. The vermilion bird race was an extremely terrifying existence among the ancient royal race. The vermilion bird was a divine beast of the world, and the vermilion bird race had the bloodline of a divine beast flowing through their veins. They were extremely terrifying. But so what if they were terrifying? The Yi clan wasn't to be trifled with. The Yi clan was the descendant of a great emperor, an emperor race. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they were equivalent to royalty. How could they be afraid of the vermilion bird race? Therefore, the smell of gunpowder between the two sides was very strong, and they were in a deadlock. They were on the verge of starting a war. Humph! The vermilion bird powerhouse was bathed in divine flames, as he said coldly. So what if you're the descendant of a great emperor? Your great emperor is no longer here, but the ancestor of the vermilion bird race is still alive. If you really anger us, the ancestor of the vermilion bird race will descend and destroy your Yi clan. Let's see if the great emperor you believe in can save you then. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Yi clan elders changed. The disciples of the Yi clan also cried out in alarm. What? The ancestor of the vermilion bird race was still alive. Heavens, how many tens of thousands of years had it lived? Although it was sealed with divine crystals, it was still too terrifying. To think that there was such a terrifying powerhouse hidden in the Yi clan's territory. It really made them feel a lingering fear. How dare you threaten the Yi clan? Is the ancestor of the vermilion bird race very powerful? A grand elder of the Yi clan stood up. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was indeed a grand elder who had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was very terrifying, and his temper was very fiery. When he heard the other party's arrogant words, the grand elder was furious. Do you really think that the Yi clan is easy to bully? Do you really think that your vermilion bird race's ancestor can sweep through everything? Chapter 2788. Seeing the vermilion bird lying on the ground and trembling, the experts in the Yi family's main hall all laughed. What vermilion bird race? In front of the Yi family's extreme weapon, wouldn't they kneel and crawl? The vermilion bird race's expert had an ugly expression. His eyes were burning with anger. Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? I'll have the family destroy you." He was furious. When had he ever been so afraid in front of so many humans? Humph! The Grand Elder snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, the extreme weapons pressure disappeared without a trace. The Vermilion Bird Race's expert also stood up from the ground. His body trembled, and killing intent surged out of his body. Yi Wudao also took a step forward. His golden aura surged as he faced the Grand Elder without fear. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the Yi family's patriarch spoke. "We can draw the 5 million-mile area you mentioned." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Vermilion Bird Race's expert smiled, but soon his smile froze. The Yi family's patriarch continued, "However, you can't stay in the Yi family's territory. You can move out of the Yi family's territory and divide it in another ungoverned territory." The Vermilion Bird Race's expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted them to retreat? Wasn't this admitting that the Vermilion Bird Race was afraid of the other party? If news of this spread, the Vermilion Bird Race would lose face. How would they survive in the future? They would probably be laughed at by countless people. Impossible! The Vermilion Bird Race's expert refused. The Yi family's patriarch didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, "You felt the Emperor's pressure just now, right? Our Yi family has a complete extreme weapon, and we have enough resources and ability to fully activate it. How much do you know about the extreme weapon's power? I can tell you about it. 30,000 years ago, a demonic sect appeared in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying. Its strength was equivalent to that of a top holy land, but its methods were extremely cruel, and it killed countless people. In order to return peace to the world, the Yi family's saint physique carried an extreme weapon and destroyed the demonic palace with a single attack. All the experts inside were killed. Not a single one of them came out alive. 50,000 years ago, the demon race prospered. A peerless genius appeared and became a demon saint. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they slaughtered the human race. At the critical moment, the saint of the Yi family once again brought out an extreme weapon. With one strike, he sank half of the Eastern Barren Territory and killed the talented saint of the demon race. At this point, the Yi family's martial artist, Old Zhang, was very excited. They all clenched their fists. The faces of the Vermilion Bird tribe elites became paler and paler. In fact, even without the other party's explanation, he already knew how terrifying and powerful these extreme weapons were. That was a weapon forged and used by a great emperor. It contained an extremely powerful emperor's might, surpassing that of a saint. As long as he was revived, it would be equivalent to a great emperor temporarily descending into the mortal world. His power would definitely be unimaginable, and he would be able to sweep through everything. Seeing the other party's expression, the Yi clan's patriarch smiled. "Very good. It seems like you know the power of an extreme weapon. Then, how far is the Vermilion Bird tribe from my Yi clan's headquarters? Would he be able to dodge the attack of an extreme weapon?" At this point, the Vermilion Bird Race's expert's expression changed greatly, and cold sweat appeared on his back. His clothes were wet, and the flames on his body dimmed. That's right, they were incomparably powerful and wanted to suppress the Yi clan, but they forgot that they were too close to the Yi clan. If the Yi clan was angered and directly used an extreme weapon, the Vermilion Bird tribe would not be able to escape. After all, this distance was completely within the attack range of an extreme weapon. Even if their patriarch was resurrected, it would probably be useless. Just the aftermath of that energy would be able to destroy any existence below a saint. Thinking of this, his attitude changed. "I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it with the elders of the Vermilion Bird tribe." "No problem. There's no hurry." The Yi clan's patriarch smiled. "I'll give you a month to discuss it. Men, Send the guests out. The Yi clan's patriarch waved his hand, and the elders of the Yi clan sent the Vermilion Bird tribe elite out of the Yi clan's residence. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left the Yi clan's residence, he turned into a fiery red light and instantly left. This was a big matter, a big crisis. He had to report it quickly. Ha! After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left, the elders of the Yi clan also laughed loudly. What Vermilion Bird tribe? No matter how strong they are nothing in front of the Yi clan. That's right, once an extreme weapon is used, it will sweep away everything. However, the Yi clan's patriarch and the grand elders had grave expressions. The Yi clan's patriarch sighed. He was not so optimistic. Although the Vermilion Bird tribe was strong, they were only a royal clan. Above the royal clan was the immemorial royal clan. Those were also clans with great emperors. In their hands, it was very likely that they also had extreme weapons. When the time came to encounter them, they would have no advantage. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy once again. Indeed, the other party also had the bloodline of a great emperor and even had extreme weapons left in the world, so they had to be careful. However, they didn't know how many extreme weapons the other party had. Not only the Yi clan, but the Gu clan, Jade Pool, Alcade Dao E Holy Ground, and other sacred grounds with extreme weapons all displayed the emperor's might of their extreme weapons to scare away the immemorial royal clan. Figures left in a sorry state one after another, which made the cultivators outside breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these powerful families and sacred grounds could still intimidate these immemorial royal clan. There was still a glimmer of hope for the human race. In addition to the eastern wilderness, the western desert, Nanling Mountains, and northern plains were the same. Some sacred grounds and sects directly surrendered and ceded 5 million miles of land. Some negotiated with each other to reduce the land. Some directly drove the immemorial royal clan away. In short, the atmosphere around the world was very tense. However, Zhongzhou was not so lucky. The divine dynasties and sacred grounds in Zhongzhou were very depressed. Especially those divine dynasties near Qinling Mountains, their expressions were even more ugly. They had no choice because the nest of 10,000 dragons was here. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the nest of dragons. The dragons were the immemorial royal clan and were very terrifying. Moreover, among the dragons, there had been a great emperor. The dragon emperor was very famous. Even now, there were still people who remembered his records. One could imagine how terrifying the dragon emperor was back then. The dragon emperor must have left behind an extreme weapon to suppress in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, this was definitely a very dangerous place. Ever since the dragons revived, the surrounding Ninli dynasty and Great Xia dynasty directly abandoned that area. Chapter 2789. What made them heave a sigh of relief was that the dragons in the 10,000 dragon suppression never appeared and did not cause trouble for them. This made all the emperors and sect masters think that the nest of 10,000 dragons was already safe and sound. How could they know that all the powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were protecting the newly born dragon prince? They were plotting an even more terrifying plan. In addition to the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, there were also a few terrifying royal families in the true spirit world. These were all races that had produced great emperors and emperors. Divine Phoenix Ridge, a great emperor, had appeared in the Phoenix clan. The name of the immortal Phoenix was also very terrifying. Of course, among the 10,000 ancient races, not only the two royal families of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge, there were also a few other royal families that were still sleeping. But thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before they all woke up one by one. Every once in a while, a new race would revive and appear on the earth. These human warriors were all in a state of panic. They were extremely uneasy. On the human side, Immortal Palace, Yi family, Gu family, Alcade Jade Pool, and the other Holy Land sects were all nervously preparing for war, to deal with the counterattack of the 10,000 ancient races. However, there was one more thing that shocked everyone. They didn't even dare to believe it. The news came from the central continent. Of course, it wasn't news from the nest of 10,000 dragons, but news from the Silver Lightning race. When the warriors of the true spirit world learned that the Silver Lightning race's emissary had entered Immortal Palace and made the same request, they were forcefully kicked out by Immortal Palace. Although no one knew the specific details, this result caused an uproar in the world. Heavens, is this for real? I don't dare believe it. That's right. Is Immortal Palace already so strong? They actually dared to directly attack the 10,000 ancient races. That was the Silver Lightning race. Although it wasn't an ancient royal race, it was still a very terrifying race. However, they were actually kicked out by Immortal Palace's people. It was really unbelievable. Perhaps even those remote antiquity families didn't dare to do so. It was said that the one who attacked was none other than Immortal Palace's hall master, Lin Xian. The other party was really strong. It's over. This brat definitely caused a huge disaster. He dared to do this because he was young and had Immortal Palace behind him. But he didn't know that he had provoked endless disaster for Immortal Palace. Just wait and see. The Silver Lightning race will definitely not take this lying down. At that time, when the great army arrived, Immortal Palace would be finished. Sounds of discussion sounded one after another. Everyone was first shocked by Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's power. After that, many people shook their heads and sighed. After all, they had completely offended the Silver Lightning clan. Offending a 10,000 ancient race was an extremely terrifying outcome. The Yi clan, Gu clan, Yao Guang, Jade Lake, and Dao Great Holy Lands were all dumbfounded when they heard this. This was especially true for the remote antiquity families and the sacred ground sects that possessed extreme weapons. This Lin Xian was truly arrogant. Even though we possess extreme weapons, it's only enough to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. We don't dare to actually attack them. Who would have thought that the other party would actually make a move? Where did he get that backing from? Could it be that their Immortal Palace also had extreme Dao weapons? That shouldn't be possible, right? He had never heard of any great emperor from Immortal Palace. While these people were discussing fervently, some other clans, such as the Tuoba clan, the Five Elements Palace, and the Yinyang sect, were sneering. Great. This guy is really courting death. Just wait. He will definitely be killed by the Silver Lightning clan. The Silver Lightning clan was indeed extremely furious. Ever since the experts they sent out returned, the Silver Lightning clan had been furious. Immortal Palace actually dared to beat back the emissary they sent out, and even made them kneel and kowtow. This was truly unforgivable. Damn it, this brat was too arrogant. What Immortal Palace master? In front of our Silver Lightning clan, he is just an ant. Capture him and let him taste all the torture in the world. Let him kneel before our Silver Lightning clan for eternity. What Immortal Palace? How dare they be so arrogant, daring to use the name Immortal? Isn't it just an ordinary sacred ground? Directly destroy it. Let everyone know that the might of our Silver Lightning clan is not to be trifled with. These Silver Lightning clan experts all shouted angrily. Some of the elders among them also had gloomy expressions. However, soon, the Silver Lightning clan's patriarch transmitted a message telling them not to act rashly. Lin Xian had to be killed, and Immortal Palace also had to be destroyed. However, they still had to wait. This time, When the 10,000 ancient races revived, many races were on the same side, so they were all secretly plotting. Moreover, it was said that several royal families were going to make a big move. At this critical moment, they must not send out troops en masse and attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, the secret would be exposed. Damn it, let that brat live for a while longer. When the Silver Lightning Clan experts heard the news from their patriarch, they all gritted their teeth. However, there were also some people who sneered. The patriarch said that they could not send out troops en masse. However, he did not say that they could not go out alone. What do you mean? We have just come into being, so we can take a look at the prodigies of this world and see how strong they are. If they are weak and are killed by us on the spot, then they can't blame us. Several young prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan revealed sinister smiles. However, that brat seems to be very strong. He even injured the emissary we sent out. In fact, his soul was even controlled, someone said with a frown. However, there were also some prodigies who sneered. It was fine. He probably attacked with all his strength and caught us off guard, which was why he injured our emissary. Moreover, we only sent out an emissary. How can he be compared to us? As long as we can defend our souls and be careful of his sword energy, there is nothing to be afraid of. That's right. I heard that the master of a mortal palace, Lin Xian, has obtained the title of Central Emperor. He is one of the strongest prodigies of the human race in this world. Killing him is the fastest way to prove our strength. The three young prodigies left the Silver Lightning Clan in a flash. Just as the prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan were preparing to attack Lin Xian on the other side of the world, something unknown happened. In the western desert, there was a forbidden area called the Reincarnation Mountain. This place was extremely terrifying, regardless of whether you were an ordinary person or an extremely terrifying saint. As long as you walked in, you would never be able to come out again. Therefore, as time passed, no one dared to appear around the Reincarnation Mountain. There were no trees or plants. In fact, no one dared to set foot in a radius of tens of millions of miles. It could be said that this was a true forbidden area. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Reincarnation Mountain. It was an old figure. This figure had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if an immortal had descended. He looked at the Reincarnation Mountain in front of him, his eyes flickering like the vast stars. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely scream, because this old man was their immortal palace's old palace master, Xia Juyo. Xia Juyo did not go to the nest of 10,000 dragons, nor did he go to snatch the immortal divine medicine. Instead, he came to the western desert, near the desolate Reincarnation Mountain. Chapter 2790. As expected, Xia Juyo walked towards the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall and looked similar to the other mountains. However, when one got closer, one would realize that there was a terrifying force that seemed to want to suck one in. Xia Juyo also felt this force. He frowned. Is this the power of reincarnation? He snorted coldly as a sacred aura rushed out of his body. Divine chains of order circled around him, blocking the power of reincarnation outside. In the next moment, he strode forward. In an instant, he entered the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall. It was very tall in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these experts, it was very small. However, that wasn't the case. There was another world in the Reincarnation Mountain. It could even be said to be a world of its own. After entering, one would realize that it was extremely vast, as if it was really a new world. Boom! As soon as Xia Juyo entered, he realized that he was in a vast plain. It was tens of millions of miles wide, and he couldn't see the end of it. On his left and right, there were countless figures. On his left, there were terrifying savage beasts. The savage beasts had monstrous auras and terrifying killing intent. They were all peerless monster kings. There were even a few beasts in the sky that were emitting sacred auras. Saint-level demonic beasts had actually appeared here. It was too terrifying. On his right, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. There were also some demonic beasts, but they were all subdued by humans and used as mounts. One of the palms stretched out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars. It shrouded the sky as if it was going to replace it. A great battle broke out. Divine chains of order surged, and terrifying roars shook the sky. There were even many long-lost mystic arts and secret techniques. The world exploded. Xia Zhiyo's body was shrouded in endless light. Buzz. In an instant, a biting cold aura rushed out of Xia Zhiyo's body. With a snort, all the images were wiped out. It was just an illusion. That's right, an illusion. The Reincarnation Mountain was a place of reincarnation. It could evolve the past, present, and future scenes. It was enough to pass off as real. Even saints could get lost in it. Xia Zhiyo was too powerful. He walked out of the reincarnation world in an instant. The surroundings turned dark again. Xia Zhiyo's body swayed and flew forward. After flying for an unknown period of time, an ocean finally appeared in front of him. It was also vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Furthermore, the seawater was black, incomparably black, as if it was the water of hell. In the middle of this black sea, a white bridge appeared. It was incomparably white and carried with it a strange aura. On the bridge, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. They were very simple and were written in the primordial language. However, Xia Zhiyo could see it clearly. Bridge of Helplessness. River Styx, Bridge of Helplessness. Legend had it that they were 2 godly items from hell. But now they had actually appeared in the Reincarnation Mountain. It had to be said that the Reincarnation Mountain was indeed a peerless forbidden area. Once these 2 terrifying items appeared, they would be able to block the path of a saint. In fact, if a saint were to fall inside, he would probably not be able to come out. However, all of this terrifying scene seemed to be insignificant to Xia Zhiyo. He was like an immortal as he stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. His body erupted with terrifying divine light, blocking all of the aura of darkness. Finally, he crossed the bridge of helplessness. The scenery before them changed once more. It was as if they had arrived at a new world, surrounded by vast mountains. Boom, boom. Cracks appeared on the brown ground, and there was even blood. In the distance, there were birds and beasts roaring. There were even human figures flickering. This scene was no different from the true spirit world outside. It even made people suspect that Xia Zhiyo had already left the Reincarnation Mountain and arrived outside. Ahead, there were roars of demonic beasts and humans. There were even shocking vibrations. Clearly, something strange was happening. However, no one knew what it was. Xia Zhiyo did not walk over. He stood on the brown ground and looked ahead like a divine lamp. Come out, everyone. Something big is happening outside. Xia Zhiyo's voice rang out. Then the world changed. Endless black chi rolled, as if a peerless demon king had appeared. Boom. A terrifying roar sounded as a black dragon appeared in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring loudly. The black dragon emitted a terrifying saint aura. It was actually a saint-level black dragon. There was actually a dragon here. What was even more shocking was that there was a human figure standing on the black dragon. It was a pitch-black figure with red eyes like a peerless demon king. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. It was as if he wanted to tear the entire world apart. Hum! There was another pure white light, and a beautiful woman appeared in the starry sky. She was surrounded by armor, and divine chains of order danced in the air. Because of her appearance, the surrounding plants and trees grew crazily. In an instant, they reached a height of 1,000 feet. "Old fart, why are you looking for us?" A loud voice rang out. The sky was instantly split in half, and the pitch-black crack would never heal. A blue-robed man walked over. He carried a long saber on his back, and his body emitted an unparalleled light. That sharp aura even made the divine chains of order tremble. One could imagine how terrifying this swordsman was. "Old Xia, what's the matter? Is there a new change outside?" An ethereal voice drifted over. A black hole appeared in the sky. A green-robed man appeared from the black hole. He was half lying in the void, holding a wine gourd in his hand. His eyes were blurry, as if he was drunk. "You old drunkard." Xia Jiu looked at him and shook his head. However, he quickly stopped smiling. His expression was extremely solemn. Something had really happened outside. The awakening of the nest of 10,000 dragons had triggered the awakening of the 10,000 ancient races. Now, more than half of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened. Among them, there was no lack of ancient royal races, and even 2 or 3 ancient royal races had awakened. And from the looks of it, the remaining few would also awaken in the near future. What? The 10,000 ancient races had awakened. Even those ancient royal races had awakened. The green-robed woman and the blue-robed swordsman had solemn expressions. In the sky, the middle-aged man drinking wine was also extremely surprised. Humph, how could this be? Chapter 2791. The nest of 10,000 dragons was discovered in advance, and a group of sacred leaders and sect masters went in to explore. In the end, it triggered the awakening of the experts inside. Xia Jiu briefly explained the situation outside. In the sky, a few stalwart figures listened with solemn expressions. Among them, the white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. This group of people really didn't know what was good for them. The green-clothed fairy goddess also sighed. Reincarnation was more damaged than we imagined. We haven't repaired it yet. Who would have thought that chaos was about to erupt outside again? What a coincidence. No, this matter must be stopped. With the descent of the 10,000 races, the human race will suffer a devastating blow. We must not let the events of the primordial era happen again. Our human race's great emperor has worked so hard for so many years. We must not waste it. The blue-clothed Saber Saint's voice was sonorous. It was really a crisis. The drinking uncle in the sky also sighed. We can't leave this place for the time being. At most, we can only send a few clones over. What they were most worried about now was the number of extreme weapons and the number of saints in the primordial theocrats. How many were there? Xia Jiu took a deep breath. There were at least 3 extreme weapons, and the number of saints would definitely not be small. Moreover, the remote antiquity families and the few peerless great sage families wouldn't use their trump cards unless they had no other choice. Therefore, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. More importantly, the emperor's son and daughter were also resurrected this time. Their ability to rally people was too strong. The primordial theocrats would probably reach an unprecedented level of unity. This was the most fatal thing to the human race. As soon as these words were spoken, the stalwart figures in the sky fell silent. After a long time, the white-haired demon lord said in a deep voice, "What do you need us to do?" Next, Xia Jiu began to transmit his voice to the stalwart figures. After hearing this, they frowned and transmitted their voice as well. In the end, both sides reached an agreement and set up a plan. There was no time to lose. Everyone acted together. They must intimidate the primordial theocrats. There must not be chaos. Xiaojio said in a deep voice. The others nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the drinking uncle in the sky smiled. Old Xia, how is that kid? Not bad, right? He's beyond imagination. In the future, he will definitely be one of the strongest geniuses in the Great Emperor competition. Xiaojio said, Of course. How could the person that I chose be wrong? In the sky, the middle-aged man who was drinking laughed. However, Xiaojio sighed. However, the incident in the nest of 10,000 dragons this time was also caused by this brat. It was Xiao Chun who discovered the location of the nest of 10,000 dragons. That was why all the holy sovereigns and church masters chased after him. It was fate. However, that was also good. Those saints and saintesses were no longer enough to train him. It was a good opportunity for these prides of the far ancient royal family to compete with him. Let's leave the things that we couldn't do back then to him. Once those words were spoken, the surrounding figures were also astonished. Who was this young man that the other party was talking about? How could he receive such an evaluation? After all, regardless of whether it was Xia Juyo or the figure within the black vortex in the sky, both of them were extremely terrifying existences. That god shocked them to the core. However, who was the young man that both of them were praising? How heaven-defying would it be? This made them very curious. At this moment, the figure in the black vortex in the sky put away the wine pot and said with a smile, Old Xia, let me introduce you to another person, our new partner. Oh, new partner? Xiaojio was stunned. To be able to become their partner, that person's strength was definitely earth-shattering, because their strength wasn't as simple as just being a saint. As the voice fell, a ray of light flew over from afar and turned into a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps and a calm gaze, carrying an unparalleled domineering aura. Feeling the aura from this person, Xiaojio also narrowed his eyes. In front, the imposing figure looked at Xiaojio and said in a deep voice, I'm Lin Zhan. Greetings, old Xia. Lin Zhan, Xiaojio muttered. At this moment, the white-haired demon lord said in a deep voice, He's qualified to stand side by side with me. The exceptional sword saint and fairy goddess nodded as well. Obviously, they also tacitly approved of Lin Zhan's strength. In the sky, the figure in the black vortex also stood up. Old Xia, don't worry. His origin isn't simple either. If there's a chance, I'll tell you. Now let's hurry up and make arrangements to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. All right, the few earth-shattering figures disappeared in the Reincarnation Mountain. In the vast land of the Middle State, 3 silver silhouettes streaked across the sky like flashes of lightning. The imperial capital of the divine Wind Empire is in front. Let's go there. All right. One of the figures let out a cold laugh. 3 streaks of lightning quickly flew towards the imperial capital of the divine Wind Empire. The divine Wind Empire was one of the most terrifying empires in the Middle State. Its imperial capital was, of course, incomparably prosperous. A huge city stood on the boundless land like a primordial beast. The dragon chi here was abnormally dense. Spiritual chi was everywhere. Especially in the depths of the palace, there were low dragon roars that weren't any weaker than the ones in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At this moment, 3 silver figures forcefully descended in the imperial capital. These 3 figures were very arrogant. They directly descended from the sky and even activated the divine Wind Empire's array formation. Who dared to barge into the imperial capital? Cold snorts sounded one after another. Those experts wearing battle armor rushed out. Their cold gazes looked towards the sky. To enter the imperial capital, one had to pay spiritual stones from the south gate to enter. Who dared to directly descend from the sky? This was an act of courting death. In the sky, the three figures sneered. We are the experts of the Silver Lightning clan. If you dare to leave with us, we will kill you without mercy. The three of them were very arrogant. They descended amidst the light of the array formation that filled the sky. What? The experts of the Silver Lightning clan. The cultivators in the imperial capital cried out in alarm. Countless gazes looked forward. They were indeed ancient creatures. They discovered that the three figures were very young, but their bodies were covered in silver scales and surrounded by terrifying silver lightning. Why were the experts of the Silver Lightning clan here? Could it be that something big was about to happen again? These cultivators were discussing fervently. The guards also had ugly expressions on their faces. One had to know that ordinary people, even people from other sacred lands, wouldn't dare to trespass into their imperial capital like this. But the other party dared to. Moreover, they really didn't dare to make a move, because the other party was an ancient creature, an expert of the 10,000 ancient races. They could only report this scene. Soon, the elders above sent down a message. They told the guards to retreat and ignore the three experts of the Silver Lightning clan. This scene caused the cultivators in the imperial capital to cry out in alarm. The Divine Wind Empire was silently admitting defeat. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.